And empowerment in the MSME and startup ecosystem. India's MSME sector is not just the backbone of our economy, it is the soul that keeps the entrepreneurship dreams live in our country. India's strength begins at its grassroots, and it's our MSME that truly drives the vision of self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat. On this MSME Day, this Mahotsav is organized by the Committee on MSME and Startup of ICAI and is hosted by the SIRC, which is a very powerful step in this direction. It is an opportunity to exchange ideas, understand the compliance, funding options, and discover the ways in which chartered accountants can be a driving force behind every MSME's success journey. Let us remember the words of Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. Dreams are not what you see in sleep. Dreams are those that do not let you sleep. This event is to awaken those dreams in each one of us dreams, whether a founder, a banker, or a chartered accountant. With eminent speakers, technical sessions, finance clinics, and dedicated help desk to handhold MSMEs, this Mahotsav is truly a knowledge festival. I urge each one of you to participate fully and build connections that last beyond this day. Let this not just be an event, but a moment towards progress and nation building. I now invite our esteemed dignitaries to the dais. CA Revati S. Raghunathan, Chairperson of SIRC of ICAI, CA Subbarao Mupalla, Vice Chairman, SIRC of ICAI, to accompany the guest. CA Banu Narayan Rao YV, Treasurer, SIRC of ICAI. Mr. Prem Kumar CN, Associate Vice President, StartupTN. J. Ananthanarayan Prasad, NSIC SEST Hub, Chennai. And CA Ranjit Karthikeyan. I request CA Deepa Varghese, Secretary, SIRC of ICAI, to come on the dais.
And SS Nayak, sir.
And CA SS Nayak, sir. I now request everybody to stand up for the ICAI motto song and Tamil Thai Varthu.
Yaesha supteshu jagrati Yaesha supteshu jagrati Kamam 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 Nirmimanaha Tadev Shukram Tada Brahma Tadevamritamucchate Tasmin lokaha shataha Sarve tadunatyati kaschan Etadvaita 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 Etadvaita
நீராறும் கடலுடுத்த நிலமடந்தை கெழிலொழுகும் சீராறும் மதனமென திகழ்வரத கண்டனில் எக்கணமும் அதில் சிறந்த திராவிடனல் திருநாடும் தக்க சிறு திரை முதலும் தரித்தனரும் திலகமுமே திலக வாசனை போல் அனைத்துலகும் இன்பமுற எத்திசையும் புகழ் மணக்க இருந்த பெரும் தமிழனங்கே சீரிழமை திறம் வியந்து செயல் மறந்து வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே வாழ்த்துதுமே.
In our culture, lighting the ceremonial lamp marks the dispelling of darkness and spreading of wisdom. It signifies the beginning of an enlightened journey. Now, I invite our esteemed dignitaries to come forward for the traditional lighting of the lamp.
शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं
I welcome the regional council members to join the lamp lighting.
वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्. शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थिताम्. वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां शारदाम्. शुक्लां ब्रह्मविचारसारपरमाद्यां जगद्व्यापिनीं वीणापुस्तकधारिणीमभयदां जाड्यान्धकारापहां हस्ते स्फाटिकमालिकां विदधतीं पद्मासने संस्थितां. वन्दे तां परमेश्वरीं भगवतीं बुद्धिप्रदां.
I call upon CA Banu Narayan Rao sir, Treasurer SIRC of ICAI, to the dais. Now I invite CA Revati S. Raghunathan ma'am to deliver the welcome address to the gathering.
A very warm good morning to everyone, to all the dignitaries on the dais. I would like to say a special good morning and thank you to Mr. Prem Kumar from StartupTN and bringing along their partners, NSIC, FAME, DIC, the various departments from Tamil Nadu. My colleagues in the Regional Council, Vice Chairman Subbarao sir, Secretary Deepa, and also to the speakers, and most importantly our Treasurer Banu sir, and the speakers of the day, CASS Nayak and CA Ranjit, who have immediately, without even hesitating, the moment we called, they said, okay, definitely we'll join you. And all my other regional council colleagues here, Rekha, Sunil, Pramod and Abhishek and all the professionals, chartered accountants, and most importantly, the MSMEs who have joined us today. We deem it a big privilege and honor to actually host this program along with StartupTN. A small intro and a context to this program. We have been interacting with StartupTN for more than, I would say, 8 or 10 months. I have been interacting with them and trying to do some programs with them. And then this International MSME Day came, and I called the Coimbatore startup office and I said, I want to do a joint program with you. And then they said, Prem Kumar is the right person, reach out to him. And my God, he is a sort of super jet rocket. We just said, Mr. Prem Kumar, can we just collaborate on this program? And you can see how big this has come. And you know, this is actually making the words come true that chartered accountants are partners in nation building, and it is even more flattering to us. The government is actually, you know, reaching out to us and telling we will also hold hands. We are all partners to nation building. Unless and until we all work together, we are not going to actually enable the dreams of the government, right? You are also working for the dreams of the government. We are also working maybe on different sides of the table, but ultimately our goal is the same. Enable the government to achieve the Viksit Bharat 2040. And most aptly, we are doing this for the MSMEs on the International MSME Day. While we are partners in nation building, you are actually the drivers of the economy. MSME are the drivers of the economy, and you are the backbone of the economy. Almost 90 to 90% of the Indian economy is actually being contributed by the MSMEs. And, you know, as chartered accountants, as professionals, we are always there to guide our clients, but you know, this holistic guidance is needed. It is not necessary, you know, or it is not that only finance and accounts is important. You also, the MSMEs also need some kind of hand-holding in the basic operationals, the processes. What are all the subsidies which are available to them from the government? Because unless and until, you know, we reach out, we should always reach out and ask for help. If you don't ask for help and you think, okay, I can survive without this, it's going to be extremely difficult in this competitive environment where, you know, we are saying that MSMEs need to be very agile. You need to be operating in a very secure environment. Security does not mean only your information technology security or other physical security. This mental comfort that yes, I'm proceeding in the right direction. As an entrepreneur, I need to know that I'm not making a mistake, or if I have made a mistake, I can correct it. How can I correct it? Why should I correct it? When should I correct it? And this is where the government agencies, the financiers and the professionals like us can help. While we say that we are all enabling the government to reach its dream, we are all the stakeholders here, we are enabling the MSMEs to reach their dream. Unless and until you reach your dream, the dreams of the government is not going to be coming to reality. So these are programs where we envisage that we collaborate and help all the MSMEs to come up. And also, what we want to assure the MSMEs who are sitting here is, and all the other stakeholders who are sitting here is, as a professional body, we are always available. We are just a call away, just a step away from all of you. You can all reach out to us, and at the institute level, we are actually planning, and we are also doing, we have MSME clinics in our various branches here in our office itself, which we will be holding depending on the number of queries which we receive, maybe weekly or maybe twice a month, where we will hold you through all your doubts, your clarifications, your difficulties. We will ensure that all your queries are resolved. Yeah, break ke baat now, as Sir said. So, you know, ICAI, we are planning all these initiatives. So it's going to be a continuous initiative where we will be hand-holding all the MSMEs through all their problems. Do not hesitate to reach out to us. And even if you are a stakeholder like a banker or a financier who's sitting here, I would suggest if any MSME comes to you with any issues, we are just a call away. We will put you on to the right people who will guide you through and hold your hands. We are there to mentor everyone. We understand that we are the professionals who can, who have a holistic knowledge of all the laws, the compliances, and other needs of the MSMEs. So please don't hesitate at all to technology here. One fingerprint, I put it in the wrong place. So all these small things we need to reach out to people. So please don't hesitate to reach out to us. And I'm sure that StartupTN who have gone out of their way to make this event happen in such a big manner. Given, maybe if we had done it independently, we would have got all the professionals together, we may have got all the financials together, but the MSMEs who actually need the takeaways from us, the other departments of the state government who actually are collaborating, all this would not have been possible. So that is why I say that, unless and until we all work together, we are not going to be able to achieve. So please do reach out to us at any time that you need help. We are there to help you. And once again, a big thanks to StartupTN for actually partnering with us in this program and making it so big. And sir, let us assure you that we are happy to do this every month at whatever periodicity that you think, we need to meet up for such a program as this. We are there for the state government, for any department in whatever manner possible. And to all the MSMEs and the financiers and other stakeholders who are here, do not hesitate, once again I'm reiterating, do not hesitate to reach out to us for any kind of help whatsoever. And again, a very big thank you to both the speakers who are MSME experts, SS Nayak sir, who actually spearheaded the MSME program last time, and Ranjit Karthikeyan, so one of the most senior chartered accountants who I thought would be the apt person to actually address all our queries and concerns today. Thank you very much everyone for coming here today. Hope you all have a very fruitful day with a lot of takeaways. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I now invite CA Subbarao Mupalla sir, Vice Chairman SIRC of ICAI, to address the gathering and introduce the chief guest, Mr. Prem Kumar CN. CN.
Our chairperson Revati Raghunathan, the associate vice president StartupTN Prem Kumar sir, and our secretary Deepa Varghese, treasurer Bhavanaran Rao, and the speakers of the day Nayak sir and Ranjit sir, and all my colleagues of the Rojan Council and members of the profession, business entrepreneurs. A very good morning to all of you. After installation, our entire EC is on the dais after a long time. So that is the importance given by ICAI and our regional council also for the startup, MSME startup. So this is a very important day, and our institute is also planning to have across India. We are doing the program all over India on 27th of this month. So it gives me pleasure in introducing Prem Kumar sir. He did his MBA and doing his PhD on startup ecosystem with Chennai University. He is having 25 years of experience in startup ecosystem. He is an experienced startup mentor and business advisor with a strong background in guiding startups and fostering innovation. His focus involves providing strategic guidance and supporting the growth of new businesses across Tamil Nadu. In addition to his work with startup, Prem Kumar is a certified Chief Innovation Officer by Rochester, New York, a certified mentor by City and Guilds UK, a state advisor for the Global Youth Development and Empowerment Council, where he provides coaching and advisory services to empower young people. He is also a member of the Tamil Nadu Electric Vehicle (TNEV) Task Force, where he contributes to the development and implementation of electric vehicle initiatives in the state. Prem Kumar's expertise lies in mentoring, business advisory, and fostering innovation in the startup ecosystem, with a focus on empowering the next generation of entrepreneurs and supporting the growth of sustainable businesses. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. I now request our chairman of SIRC, CA Revati ma'am, to give the memento to the chief guest, Mr. Prem Kumar. I now request our Vice Chairman SIRC, CA Subbarao Mupalla sir, to give the memento to Mr. J. Ananthanarayana Prasad, NSIC SEST Hub, Chennai. Now, I call upon our chief guest of the day, Mr. Prem Kumar sir, to give his to address the gathering on schemes and initiatives by Government of Tamil Nadu.
Happy morning. அனைவருக்கும் வணக்கம். Wow. So energetic. Thank you so much. It's my honor and privilege to be here. You know why? You know why? Yeah, it is not just a Utsav or Mahotsav. It's more than that. So I've been addressed many gatherings, more than 1.5 lakhs youths, faculties, government officials, trained. I supported 1,500 plus enterprises, grassroots level enterprises, startups. More than 10% are now in earnings in crores. But I never been into this forum so far. I should thank our chairperson Revati madam for taking this. One day she just called me, sir, I'm Revati, I'm a chairperson of ICAI. Okay madam, I was thinking ICAI, what is that? See, you know, these terms and all, we were keep using a lot of terms from the banking perspective, from the startup perspective, and a lot of things. ICAI, what does it mean by ICAI, madam? I was asking. She was very humble and kind, saying that we are the Institute of Chartered Accounting. Oh, wow, yes, ma'am, what you have to do? She was saying that we wanted to do this. So that moment, I got triggered. Wow, this is the place where it's not about the government. It's not about the chartered accountant forums. It is all about the ideas. That idea needs to be validated. The validation needs to be commercialized. Let me ask you very humbly today, first, please ready to unlearn yourself, at least for today. You know why? I'm going to talk about many initiatives from the government perspective. I'm going to talk about many challenges from the startup perspective. I'm going to talk about many opportunities for the MSMEs as well as CAs. When I say you should be ready to unlearn yourself nothing but நீங்க யாருன்றதை மறந்துடணும் today. மேடம் நீங்க யாரு? மறந்துட்டீங்க. வெரி குட், தேங்க்யூ ஸோ மச். ஓகே மேடம், நீங்கள் சொன்னது கரெக்டு தான். வாட் எவர் வி சே தே வில் லிசன். நீங்கள் சொன்னது ரைட். Before jumping into my presentation, I just wanted to give few things. When you're ready to unlearn yourself, at the same time, you should also ready for relearn yourself. That's a big mistake our MSMEs and startups are doing now. The first and foremost thing is to change your mindset. நான் எடுத்தோடனே நீங்கள் அன்லேர்ன் பண்ண ரெடியாக இருங்கன்னு சொன்ன உடனே you keep thinking yourself, why I have to unlearn myself? I'm a profession, I'm degree holder, I know what I know, I'm doing quite good things, I've created so much of wealth, I'm having my super manufacturing unit or my innovation. Let me tell you, I've been in this ecosystem for almost 25 years. Unfortunately, I was saying to madam also, I'm doing my PhD in this ecosystem research and on the successful of the startup ecosystem and the incubation center in the state. What I understood is, there are a lot of opportunities are there. There are a lot of facilities are there. There are a lot of superb mentors are there. But connecting this dot is missing here. I'll tell you very honestly, connecting the dot is missing here. If I wanted to talk about the triangle of what we are always keep talking about, academia, industry and government, right? These three main region we always discuss. Knowledge comes from academia, connections come from industry, and obviously government means government, huh? Funding. That is what the perspective for all the people. Yes, of course we do give funding, but how we are and why we are giving this funding? When I talk about this funding, I'll just give you a crisp information about that. If you are ready, if you are having a good idea in your mind, we will ready to fund you for 10 lakh rupees as a grant. How many of you know this? How many of you have availed this? Nobody. I'm not joking. I'm in the part of the committee. If you have an idea, forget about, that's what I told you in the initial itself. Just unlearn yourself. You're not a CA now, you're not MSME now, you're not a startup now, you're not anybody. You're just a learner today. Believe me, if you have a good idea in any sector, across anything, it could be a funky, chunky ideas. Put it in the paper, put it in the PPT. Fine. Come and talk to us. I will get you 10 lakh rupees within 7 months, 7 to 8 months if you are ready. Okay. You got an idea, you wanted to pursue that idea, make that into a proof of concept to MVP to the next level, to market fitting, all these things. Come back to us, to StartupTN, we will give you 10 to 15 lakhs. Okay, you're ready to promote your product now. You need more funding, you need more investment. Yes. It starts from 2 lakh rupees to 10 crores of funding is available already. We have not created, we have not done anything. I'm just here to talk about it is there. That's how I helped 1,500 enterprises, startups to get those funds. I also wanted to tell you very clearly, when I talk about the mindset, I'm very sorry to say, most of them are not ready to change the mindset first of all. Whatever I created, my idea is superb duper. Whatever the profession experience I have, it is the number one in the world. Yes, of course, you should have this attitude, but at the same time, how it's going to be benefit for the others. Let me say, tell something. How many of you MSMEs here? Today is MSME. Tomorrow you should be a startup. And again you should be an MSME. That's a trick here. How? If you're an MSME, when you say MSME, I always colloquially used to say, MSME is not ponnu kodukka matanga. To my interns and a buddy entrepreneurs, I used to say, when you say MSME, ungalku ponnu kuda kodukka matanga. When you say startup, everybody is looking behind you, even government, even industry. Today I got an email from one of the central government ministry. They're saying that we are going to critical cybersecurity ministry is saying that we are going to run a hackathon. We have 12 programs, problem statements. We need a solution. I need a solution. Please join with us. We wanted to reach out to them. And you know how much of funding they are allocated for that? 22 crores. 22 crores. I'm not joking. Just go and see the post. Probably another couple of months we are going to have a partnership with them and do this program. Maybe if ICAI can be a part of it, you can help us to reaching out this thing. Why I always say MSME to startup. With my experience, I understand that there is a very, very mild gap between this MSME and startup. So let me ask you a question. You're an auditor firm, you're running, you support a lot of people, businesses. Tell me one thing, if any MSME approaches you, what support you can tell, what support you can give to them in terms of mentoring, advice, blah, 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 that is fine. Other than that funding, what support you can give? What schemes are available? Is that schemes are really benefited to the MSMEs? How many of the beneficiaries are you have seen? Subsidy, back-end subsidy, front-end subsidy. Previously it was back-end subsidy, now it is front-end subsidy. How many target is achieving from the government department? You know DICs, right? There is a scheme called NEEDS, first generation entrepreneur up to 5 crores. I hope you guys, you people have already availed some of the schemes, right? But when you come to startup, when you say startup, that's a different ball game. You'll get a grant. You don't need to have office space. You'll get a grant. You don't need to have any profession to be a startup, but we will provide you all sorts of support. I always talk about triple M strategy. Mentoring, money and market. It comprises everything now. When it comes to mentoring, of course, auditors, professionals, you are the best bet for the startups. I'll tell you why. I'll give an example. One of a startup, he started his company, registered as a private limited company. He was doing quite good product. He started doing some business. Obviously, you know very well about how to follow the compliances and statutory things. Being a startup, they are very much focused on the product, business, money. He run behind those things. Obviously, he'll forget what to do next for upgrading his business in terms of compliances, certifications. One fine day, he's getting a letter from income tax. I'm not sure, income tax office or some office. The penalty is 5,60,000 rupees. You need to pay it immediately. Why? What is this for? Why this penalty is for? You don't know. He went to a couple of CAs and said, oh, this is for that, that is for this. You not followed this, you're supposed to do it. One professional told, if you have paid 1,000 rupees per month, or if you allocated something for that, by this time you not have this problem. He went back and forth. You don't have money to pay such huge penalty. And he came to us. We did some research. Again, the auditors fantastically supported. He went deeper. He understood some minor point, and he got that point. He created that point into a conclusion. He made that conclusion into a summary. He made the summary into the presentation, and finally, yes, that 5.6 lakhs has become 35,000 rupees. You guys have made it. This is the real scenario. This is the real support. This is the real mentoring is required in this country now. It's not about just go and fill the form, file the form, take the form. Even many of our startups and MSME don't know how many forms are available. 23, 33, 43. Yeah? But you are absolutely fine with all your forms and what to do, what not to do, correct? Yeah? So, my humble request is, whenever as a professional, if you meet any MSMEs, help them to understand, go higher, being a startup. What benefit you'll get being a startup, we will let you know. We will support you. We will join hands with you. I'll come to the point. And whenever you see the startup, you help them grow as a MSME, go bigger. You know, one of the idea starts in a classroom about his college project to learn, to research about the battery technology. Now he is running IPO company. Who is that? Yep, Yether. He has done some research in battery technology. He was trying to come up with a battery product, super duper battery product, but he started his electrical vehicle two-wheeler company, right? This is how the transformation happens. This is the way we need to help them to understand. If he was in the same battery technology, he might be selling batteries to the electrical vehicle manufacturing company. How come this idea converted his idea into a bigger level? That's where the startups, that's where this ecosystem need to be in handholding those support systems. StartupTN is one of the key. I'll tell you, StartupTN is one of the key. You know why? In Tamil Nadu, we had 2,000 to 3,000 registered DPIT startups in 2021-22. You know how much now? Yes, it is not just an easy job. It's not done by only a StartupTN officials and a StartupTN team. It's all done by yours. It's all done by everybody. And you know, we were in 20th position in the ranking, Tamil Nadu. Now we are in the 6th position. Yes, we should be proud enough for that. At the same time, Startup Genome has created a report. In the worldwide, in the globally, we are in the 30 to 40th band, an emerging state and the fast-growing country, fast-growing state. So, meanwhile, you can also see Startup India has recognized Tamil Nadu as a best performing state with all these 7 objectives. It's not an easy job. And you know NITI, right? So NITI also confirmed that is the one of the best place, best ecosystem to start a business, to do a business, to run a company. Keep rolling our ideas. Of course, we got a lot of recognition. But what we do, we work for these 7 determinants. எங்களுடைய பைபிளே தான். What we do with the 7 determinants, we have created a superb duper 40 plus initiative. இந்த initiatives-லாம் யார்கிட்ட இருந்து எடுத்தோம்னா உங்ககிட்ட இருந்து தான். With the experts, probably you can also give a suggestion to us saying that this is lacking. Being a state, we are not focusing. Being a state, it need to be encouraged and motivated. Please let us know. We will come up with a product or schemes or whatever. I just wanted to give few highlights. 2-3 things which I want to talk about is, the first thing is S2G, startup to government. This is one of the fantastic initiatives happening in the state. It is also tried by many states. But I'll tell you, if you are an MSME, a professional auditors know very well, if they wanted to participate in the tender, they have to be ready enough with the EMD monies, right? If your product, if you're a startup, registered startup, your product value is less than 25 lakhs, you can directly get into the government department, sit in front of the IAS officer or the procurement officer, you can have a deal with the support of StartupTN. We have created a geo for this. And at the same time, we also created a amendment, even though if you wanted to participate in tender as a startup, there are a lot of flexibility is available. Let me discuss later. The second thing, I always talk about, I'm in Tamil Nadu, in StartupTN, I'm creating the incubation vertical there, also the government support system and special projects. Tamil Nadu government, in Tamil Nadu we have 127 plus registered incubation centers, and out of which, if you ask me honestly, sir, how many of them are active? Less than 30, 20. All this 127 incubation, if you see in the map of Tamil Nadu where it sits, sir, most of them are in metro cities. most of them in accessible area, right? Now, Tamil Nadu government has created a scheme called pre-incubation center where we are funding to the institutions, education institution, either arts and science, engineering, diploma, college. We are going to fund for 100 pre-incubation center. So far, we have identified and sanctioned 25 pre-incubation centers, and we are releasing the funds. The next every 25 set is going to be announced. So what is that for you to talk about pre-incubation centers here? Every pre-incubation center need an ecosystem. Every pre-incubation need a mentoring in terms of business modeling, in terms of financial discipline. So as per the NISP policy, National Innovation Startup Policy, it says that every education institution, out of its turnover, they have to spend 1% for the innovation fund. This innovation funds to be bracketed in balance sheets. If they are done that exercise probably in a proper way, the government of India is ready to give more than 50 crores of funding to set up a facility. If they are going to set up the facility, if the government of India is going to give this 50 crores of funding, all these fundings need to be turnover, keep rotating in the bank account, and it need a financial discipline. That's a place you need to support a lot. I'll tell you very honestly, I personally supported one of the institution, created the incubation center from the scratch, and I've raised 44 crores of funding from the government of India ministries. I worked with 10 ministries to set up the infrastructure, to give the fund for the startups, grants, OCD, CCD, debt, whichever the model they're comfortable. But every year, every quarterly, they have to produce the UC, SOE, and all these things. If you missed any of the thing, the second tranche is the problem, because the fund is going to come in the tranche. I personally underwent all these challenges. So there are a lot of opportunity as a CA profession to teach not only for the startups or MSMEs and for this ecosystem. That's a major thing. If you are creating a very good ecosystem in terms of incubation center in the academia or in the private, it's replicate to the startups. Indirectly, you're supporting the startup in this ecosystem. As an example, what I said, if you are a professional, you really understand the real problem of the startups or MSME, if you're ready to change the problem, if you're ready to solve the problem, so you're also a startup. We'll help you to raise your company. We'll help you to start your company, whichever the way. There is no age restrictions. Don't worry. And the third thing which I wanted to talk about, I request from your end, madam. Probably we may look into it and we will run a particular program with your advice and guidance. The valuation for the startup is the main key. How many of you know this? Even for the MSMEs. See, we are working from the government perspective. We always look for the numbers. Our bureaucrats look for the only numbers and the outcomes. Of course, you're also working totally about the numbers. I know that. But the valuation for the startup is missing a big puzzle here. It's my own research and analysis what I learned. I may be wrong also, but you can help me out, make this right or wrong. But valuating the startup is a big key, big challenge. Let's say if a startup having a 1 crore of turnover, if you ask him what is the valuation of the company, he says 50 crore valuation. Sir, you know better, if 50 crore valuation of turnover of 1 crore, if goes for any fundraising, will it be the possible prospect for the investors? And who teaching those people? You have to make bigger valuation. Forget about the turnover, forget about your facility, forget about your assets and other things, plant and machineries. So this kind of education is more important. That is where we are. I'm here to request to each and every one of the profession to help our MSMEs sitting next to you, to help our startups to sitting next to you. It's not about teaching, it's not about coaching, it's more than that. Guru Sishya Parampara, right? You heard. It's all about the Guru Sishya Parampara. So you are the gurus to help our Sishyas. So, StartupTN is not only in Chennai. We have spread across in all the districts, and we have recently opened a center in Thoothukudi. We have 11 hub office sitting in all the places. If any of you need any support in terms of startups, MSMEs, government initiatives and schemes, you can reach out to any of the hub office. Our hub officers are there available. You can reach out to them. And if you see the right corner, the boxes, the logos, it's all government departments. I know been worked with many banks, MNC banks and Nationalist Bank. If you see the funding system or the schemes, you never saw a government organization run like this. I request everyone to come and see your Nandanam. I sit in Nandanam Metro office. Our StartupTN office is there. You should come and visit our office. Obviously, we are going to sign an MOU with their secretaries probably in upcoming weeks. You should come and see. The total perspective of the government, culture, attitude is totally changed. That's how, if you see TNGCC, the particular organization is created for the Green Climate Company. So everybody talked about disaster management, the project was failed. Even the Raj Panchayat, SIRD, NIRD and Raj Panchayat were created a disaster management funds, World Bank joined, nothing has happened. Franklet, a psychologist just jumped in and said, why you keep talking about disaster management? The word itself not good. It is not going to take up. Please make a change. Keep change. Now we are everybody talking about climate change. He totally changed the mindset of each and every perspective, and everybody is now working on the climate change. And even Tamil Nadu government is ready to fund to set up a center of excellence. If you are going to do something in climate change, any of the education institution or any of the private institution, you wanted to set up a climate change center of excellence, we are giving 1 crore rupees. The application is already rolled out. And we are going to come up with many more center of excellences. So, finally, I just want to give few schemes what we have available in the StartupTN. Probably, maybe we can have some more session. I'll give you few geos which we recently rolled out. One geo is Gramam Thorum Puttoril, 100 village, 100 startups, where we are going to create startups in nook and corner of the state. And we are going to give 1 lakh rupees as a grant. Of course, that startup can receive 1 lakh, and you can go for the 3 lakhs from the Innovation Voucher program, and to develop the product again 7 lakhs. And once the product is ready, go for a market, is ready for a market fit, then you come to StartupTN and get another 10 to 15 lakhs. So with Tamil Nadu government, easily you can get minimum 22 lakhs of funding. That's easy. Forget about the funding. Funding is available everywhere now. At the same time, what happens now, the corporates are joining hands with us. We have recently signed an MOU with HCL Foundation. What they are saying is, so you are saying Gramam Thorum Puttoril. There are a lot of students having fantastic ideas, right? But they don't know how to take it further. They don't have sufficient money even to start a company, right? You need a company to raise funds, right? So the HCL Foundation is joined hands with StartupTN. Now they're saying that I will pay 10,000 rupees per startup if they wanted to start a company, to register a DPIT certificate, company, private limited, a partnership firm, or whatever. Even for the DPIT registration certificate, we will fund 10,000 rupees per startup. We have bundled it according to that, so that 1 year compliance is also included. So if you see the opportunities and the schemes available in Tamil Nadu, if you compare with other states, I know Andhra is going bigger, sir. Sir was saying about that. Yeah, Andhra, Karnataka is going bigger. Of course, the one main thing happening in Tamil Nadu is diversification. If you go to Andhra, Karnataka, you can see only Bangalore. Rest of the Bangalore. Now Tumkur and other, some places are Mysore and Dharwad is picking up. But when it comes to Tamil Nadu, we have Chennai, Coimbatore, Madurai, Tiruchi, Hosur, Thoothukudi. A lot of districts are growing good. That's why we got this recognition from the Government of India. If you go to Government of India, if you talk about I am from Tamil Nadu, oh yeah, you are a very fast growing state. That's the statement we are receiving. So there are a lot of schemes are available, and one more scheme which I also wanted to talk about is Next Leap. It's, if you are any working professional, you wanted to start your own business or company, Government of Tamil Nadu is going to support you and fund you for at least 1 year with a accelerator program and no executive programs. And as I said that, so with this all, it starts from all the determinants. We start from the startup literacy. We are also running a course. We are also have a lot of programs which is related to understand the ecosystem. It is not about only to learn about the entrepreneurship. It's also to learn about the technicalities. So there are two types of business mentors we required. One is technical mentors. The second thing is business mentors. I request ma'am also, if your professionals are willing to spend some time with our startups and MSMEs, you can register as a business mentor to StartupTN, to government body, through a Mentor TN, the portal called Mentor TN. If you go to a StartupTN Mentor TN portal, you can register you as a business mentors. Of course, there will be mentees also there. We can allocate to them. You can help them understand better, take it to the next level. If you are a startups or MSME, if you need any business mentoring, please reach out to us. We will, with the support of ICAI team, we will organize a separate session for that. So I think I finally covered all the information what I really wanted to talk about. Of course, there are a lot of schemes are available which starts from 2 lakh. I think if that thing is available, I forgot to talk about this. One of the key initiative from StartupTN is Smart Card. So the Smart Card is nothing but a credit card for the business people. You can avail this Smart Card even you are a startup or a MSME or even the professionals. You can avail the Smart Card. This card is loaded with lot of services. It starts from, you can see in the right side, finance, softwares, marketing tools, and we are keep adding more and more, which will be in very, very, very nominal prices, and some are very free of cost. For example, if any of the startup, they want to do a design, they want a math work software, if you are a student, you can get 1 year student license for the selected organization, selected institution. But if you want to use this software, 1 year industry license is free of cost. MathWork is giving with a certification. So you can go and register in a Smart Card website as a startup or MSME. If you are a service provider, you want to do a service for the startups and MSMEs, you can register as a vendor also. You can add your services in the Smart Card. Either you can be a vendor or you can be a beneficiary. So the top 10 priority sectors I'm just showing here. These are the major focus. It is not only a major focus, but this is one of the key focus sectors we are focusing on. If you have any requirements on this, please let us know. We are also having active forums, participating in the WhatsApp groups and individual personal groups. So we are also going to come up with a state union portal where you can see one website, all the information in the same dashboard. We are working on it, we'll come later. Okay. With all due respect, thank you so much for coming here. And we are also invited our vendors, our startups, our mentors. Probably you may see outside of the auditorium. It is more about one-on-one networking. I used to do this session with all the education institutions, calling all the registered DPT startups, vendors, bankers especially. Now every banker is behind us. I know when I worked 15 years back, I was working at one of the multinational bank. To getting a ECS approval is a big challenge, right? To getting an ECS approval for the loan is a big challenge. I have to wait in the queue to meet the manager to get the ECS signature. For that, I need to get a reference from the even auditors also by that time. So without auditor reference, you will not get an easy ECS form. Get sealed and signed from the banker. I'll tell you, my friend, my banker is here. Sampath, Mr. Sampath, you are here? Are you here somewhere? No. Okay. He's an Indian Overseas Bank manager. Whenever I give a call, he immediately come to the program. Because he have his own startup cell over there in the bank. In every bank, they are focusing on startup, individual startup cell. Previously, it was RCTs, rural self-employed training institutions. It will be in the rural villages, SBI, Indian banks, Indian Overseas Bank. I hope you are aware of it, RCTs. Now everybody talk about startup hubs, startup cells. Yes, that's a transformation what you have done. So fantastic. I don't want to take much more time. I know you are so tired of listening what I'm saying. நான் சொல்றதெல்லாம் நம்பிட்டீங்களா? மேடம் சொன்னாங்க நம்புற மாதிரி பேசுங்க சார் அப்படி சொன்னாங்க. ஓகே, அதனால் எல்லாம் நாங்கள் கலராக படம்லாம் போட்டு ரெடி பண்ணி எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்தோம். அஃப்கோர்ஸ் again I'm thank ICAI for giving this wonderful opportunity. I will be available 24/7 in the WhatsApp. You can get my contact detail from the ICAI team. I sit in Nandanam Chennai Metro building. My colleagues பின்னாடி இருக்காங்க, பூங்கோடி and Daya, both are there. You can reach out to my colleagues. Daya, I wanted to thank Daya because he's not our staff, he's an intern, work exclusively for this ecosystem. At the same time, I also wanted to give him an appreciation that being an intern is running his own company. என்னை விட அதிகமாக சம்பாதிச்சுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். This is how the culture we have created. Thank you so much. And we are also working for the internship. உங்களுடைய MSMEஸ்க்கு if you need interns or apprentice, you know there is a scheme, 50% of the internship payment will be given by the government of India. There are a lot of schemes that are available. We'll let you know. We are going to come up with a lot more new initiatives, and there are a lot of behind the scenes Tamil Nadu government is working a lot of new initiatives, and the schemes going to come up, roll out shortly. The next big thing is going to happen in Coimbatore, 9th and 10th. Please make a note of it, book your calendar. We're going to run a Tamil Nadu Global Startup Summit. It's going to be a massive program. It's like a startup Mahakum, like or multiple times of Mahotsav Mari, where we're bringing 50 plus countries, where we're bringing government of கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு 15 government of Indian ministries வராங்க. கவர்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் இந்தியா தமிழ்நாடோட மினிஸ்ட்ரிஸ் இருப்பாங்க. கிட்டத்தட்ட 750 ஸ்டார்ட் அப்ஸ் அங்கே ஸ்டால்ஸ் வைக்க போகிறாங்க. மென்டர்ஸ், we are looking for almost 30,000 to 40,000 footfalls. If you compare ஸ்டார்ட் அப் மகாகும் மாதிரி டெல்லியில் நடந்தது போல் மற்ற ஸ்டேட்ஸ்லலாம் நடக்காத மாதிரி இந்த ஸ்டேட்டில் இது ரொம்ப பெரிய விஷயமா நடக்கணும்னு, எஸ்பெஷலி ஃபார் த ஸ்டார்ட் அப் எக்கோ சிஸ்டம். ஸோ ஸ்டார்ட் அப் எக்கோ சிஸ்டம்னா கண்டிப்பாக நீங்களும் இருக்கீங்க. ஏன்னா நீங்கள் இந்த ரூம்குள்ளே வந்துட்டாலே ஸ்டார்ட் அப் எக்கோ சிஸ்டமில் வந்த மாதிரி தான். ஐ ரிக்வெஸ்ட் ICAI also, ma'am, look into it and be a part of that program. So you can, it is not about just promoting it, you should be a part of it, taking of understanding some pain points from the startup side and MSME side. You can bring out a lot of professional to do some sessions, master class, whatever, whichever the way. You give us a proposal, we'll look into it. Thank you so much. That's it from mine. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now call upon CA Deepa Varghese ma'am, Secretary of SIRC of ICAI, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Respected dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, ladies and gentlemen, very good morning to each and every one of you. The theme for MSME Day Celebration 2025 is enhancing the role of MSMEs as drivers of sustainable growth and innovation. And Prem Kumar sir has taken us one level up from MSME to startup. So he has been talking, without a break as to what all are the schemes and facilities which is available to MSMEs and startups. Thank you so much, sir, for gracing the occasion, for partnering with ICAI for this wonderful event that has made this wonderful event so big. Thank you so much, sir. A very big thanks to Ananthanarayanan Prasad, sir, who will be addressing all of you. He is a regional manager, SEST of NSIC. After the coffee break, he will be addressing you. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us this morning and addressing our gathering. A big word of gratitude to CA Ranjit Karthikeyan, to SS Nayak sir, VENKATANATH sir, and Shivraj Ramnathan sir, who will be addressing the gathering today. There's a lot to learn, and as Prem Kumar sir said, unlearn and relearn, and we will all learn quite a bit. Thank you so much, all the speakers. And a big word of thanks to all the MSMEs, the chartered accountants, and others who have joined us here in this morning. This program is such a big success, such huge success because of all of you. Thank you so much for joining us. We hope that we will be able to support you in your coming days too. Thank you once again. Yeah, I am sorry, I forgot to thank Sangeeta madam and her office for organizing this program, coordinating with everybody and organizing this. Thank you, Sangeeta madam.
Thank you, ma'am. From StartupTN side, I now request Mr. Prem Kumar sir to facilitate today's speakers by giving the memento to them. To CA Ranjit Karthikeyan sir. to SS Nayak sir. I request CA Venkatanath sir to join the dais. I request Prem Kumar sir to give the memento to CA Venkatanath sir. Thank you, sir. We have help desk from various organizations today, from Axis Bank, Urban Aid Solutions Private Limited, Bharat Cloud, Canara Bank, Mafai Group, Bank of Baroda, Punjab National Bank, and also various other organizations. We also have a designated help desk for MSMEs, which is handled by CA Bharatraj and myself, CA Sivashri. We will be providing some consultancy help, and MSMEs can approach us for any kind of help from our side. And also, various other organizations are also organized the help desk outside, so you can take the best use of it. Thank you.
Thank you for accepting our invite to be here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
And I now request Ananda Narayana Prasad sir to address the gathering and begin the sessions.
Shall I announce?
Solunga, sir.
Participants are requested to come back to the venue. The session is going to start. Participants, please occupy your chairs.
Good morning to every one of you. I represent the Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. I am from National Small Industries Corporation. It is one among the public sector undertakings coming under the Ministry of MSME. Before I give a presentation on this National SCST Hub, which is a scheme of the Ministry of MSME, I would like to thank ICAI for organizing this MSME Mahotsav and also inviting us to this Mahotsav and giving an opportunity for us to present the schemes of National SCST Hub. So now I will explain what National SCST Hub is and how we are helping the micro and small enterprises. This National SCST Hub is a scheme of the Ministry of MSME, Ministry of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, Government of India. MSME we have in the Government of Tamil Nadu also, but I represent MSME Government of India. This is a scheme of the ministry and it is implemented by the National Small Industries Corporation. தமிழில் வந்து தேசிய சிறு தொழில் கழகம்னு சொல்லுவோம். Under the Ministry of MSME, there are 4 organizations. The first one is the Office of the Development Commissioner MSME. Second is NSIC, it is a public sector undertaking. The third one is COIR Board. And the fourth one is Khadi and Village Industries Commission. So the Ministry of MSME, Government of India, means all these 4 organizations put together. So I am from National Small Industries Corporation. I am presently heading the National SCST Hub. I am the Senior Branch Manager of National SCST Hub. I take care of Tamil Nadu and Pondicherry also. So I will explain what is the what National SCST Hub is, what are its objectives and what are all the schemes available for micro and small enterprises. The National SCST Hub was started in October 2016 by our Honorable Prime Minister. The main objective of this hub is to encourage micro and small enterprises belonging to the SC and ST category to participate in government tenders so as to achieve the 4% target which is fixed in the Public Procurement Policy 2012. So, the National SCST Hub has its roots or has its genesis from the Public Procurement Policy 2012. This Public Procurement Policy 2012 was notified in the Gazette on 23rd March 2012. Under this policy, any government department or a public sector undertaking, whatever purchase they are making, 25% must be mandatorily procured from micro and small enterprises, out of which 4% must be necessarily or mandatorily procured from SC/ST micro and small enterprises. This policy came into effect on March 23rd, 2012. 12-13 was the first financial year. On completion of the first financial year, the government wanted to know what is the contribution of SC/ST MSEs. The government was very much shocked to know that their contribution was less than 0.05%. Policy speaks about achieving 4% target, but the government was able to achieve only 0.05%. So the government came up with the idea, a special scheme must be implemented so that this 4% target, which is, or the 4% which is earmarked for SC/ST micro and small enterprises, is achieved. So with that objective, the National SC/ST Hub was formulated in October 2016. So once again I repeat, the main objective of the National SC/ST Hub is to encourage the micro and small enterprises run by SC or ST entrepreneurs to participate in government tenders. We all know very well that government is procuring lot of items, right from the A4 stationery paper or a stapler pin which is used in the government office and up to the bus. We are seeing government is running lot of buses, but government is not manufacturing. So every item is procured from individual MSMEs. So the government is the biggest purchaser. So our objective is to encourage these micro and small enterprises to be a vendor of the government departments or to become a supplier of the government departments. Supplying to government departments is one channel of marketing. Supplying to the private sector is another channel. So there are some units which are supplying to both the channels, government channel and also to private parties also they are supplying. So we encourage them to participate in government tenders. Now I will, so this is roughly this thing of how the growth is. The procurements from SC/STs, which was what was the amount in financial year 17-18, likewise gradually. Now when it was 0.05% in financial year 12-13, now we have crossed 1.52%. So that is a growth of nearly 17%, 17 times. When compared to the inception, now the procurement from SC/ST MSEs has increased to nearly 16 to 17%, but still we are not able to cover the 4% which is earmarked by the government. Now I will explain the schemes by which this 4% is being achieved. One by one schemes I will explain. The first one is the membership fee of B2B portal. This is a portal by which we give tender informations. You cannot go to each and every government department and public sector undertaking and ask them, sir, what is the tender you are going to float? What are the items you are going to purchase? What is the technical specification? What is the value? All those things you cannot go and ask each and every public sector undertaking, or you cannot ask them over phone. So in order to facilitate the MSCs, we have devised this portal. It is this portal is owned by NSIC. This is NSIC's portal. It's a business to business portal by which we give tender informations. This portal, in order to register under this portal, you need 3 documents. The first one is MSME registration, which is called as Udyam registration. The second one is the PAN card. And the third one is the community certificate to show that you belong to SC or ST category. and 1,200 plus 18% GST, 1,416 rupees. Whereas the general category MSEs, they can also register under this scheme, but they have to pay a slightly higher fees. They can approach our commercial branches, which are situated in Ekattatangal and in our software technology park, or they can also approach our Ambattur branch office. MSEs belonging to the reserved category can straight away come to us and get registered with us. And the second scheme is registration under single points registration scheme. We also call it as NSIC registration scheme. We also call it as government purchase registration scheme. With this registration, when you participate in government tenders, you get three benefits. The first one is you will be getting the tender documents free of cost, and the second one is you will be getting exemption from payment of earnest money deposit. That is very important benefit. And the third one is price preference, L1 plus 15% price preference. These three benefits you get. The most important point in this registration is this registration is given on the basis of a third party inspection. We do not collect the documents from you and just like that issue the certificate. It is based on an independent third party inspection. Normally the inspection is done by RIDES. It is a department coming under the Ministry of Railways, or it will be done by MSME DFO, or even SGS India Private Limited is doing the inspection. We are paying 7,000 plus GST to the inspection agency. But from the SCST MSCs, we collect only 100 rupees as fees. 100 rupees plus 18% GST, 118 rupees. So I can say that this scheme is fully subsidized scheme. We are just taking 100 rupees. Otherwise, this registration will cost 3,000 rupees plus GST for the micro and 5,000 rupees plus GST for the small sector if they belong to the general category or if they don't come under the reserved category. So these two schemes are applicable or it can be availed even by the general category. From serial number 3 onwards to 10, it is applicable only for SCST MSCs. I want to make it very clear. Starting from serial number 3 to 10, it is applicable only for SCST MSCs. Third scheme, capital subsidy for technology upgradation under special credit link capital subsidy scheme. Under this scheme, if you purchase a machinery or equipment under a non-subsidized scheme, a scheme in which there is no subsidy, we can give 25% subsidy for the purchase of plant and machinery. I will give you two examples. Non-subsidy loans means what? You must be knowing about Mudra loans. Mudra loan is a non-subsidy loan. Government is giving up to 20 lakhs now. If you purchase a machinery or equipment under the Mudra scheme, which is a non-subsidized scheme, we can give 25% subsidy for the purchase of plant and machinery or equipment. Another example, Startup India scheme. Startup India scheme is applicable to SC, ST and women entrepreneurs. Under Startup India scheme also, you don't have subsidy. So if the bank is willing to give you a non-subsidized loan, you can avail 25% subsidy under this scheme. This scheme is applicable only for SCST, micro and small enterprises. The next one is capacity building training programs. Under this training programs, we give training starting from 7 days to 180 days. Some of the programs are with hostel facilities. We provide hostel facilities, food, accommodation, uniform, everything is provided free of cost. These trainings are given only in association with government institutions. That is very important. We are not conducting these training programs with NGOs or private organizations. Government organizations means SIPPET, ITCOT, Indian Institute of Packing, CFTI, RCET is Regional Self-Employment Training Institutes. So these kind of government institutes only we are giving this training, and it is fully free of cost. And the next one is special marketing assistance scheme. Under this scheme, we are giving reimbursement for up to 4 domestic exhibitions in one financial year. 4 exhibitions. The only requirement is that exhibition in which you want to participate must be coming under our NSIC approved exhibition list. If it is coming under the approved exhibition list, we can give reimbursement. We will make the payment directly to the organizer. For the stall rentals, we will make the payment directly to the organizer. Your to and fro expenses and freight for carrying the luggage, it will be reimbursed to you. So in one financial year, you can participate in 4 domestic exhibitions. And next, I will explain about 5 reimbursement schemes in which the expenses incurred by you will be reimbursed by our hub office. The first one is bank loan processing charges on non-subsidy loans. As I said, if you are availing a Mudra loan or a Stand Up India loan, after availing the loan, normally bank will charge you. It is called as processing charges. Normally it will be around 1% or even up to 1.3%, 1.4% also they are charging. In that processing charges, we reimburse for up to 80% or 1 lakh, whichever is less. You must approach us within 45 days from the date of sanction. So once again, I reiterate that this reimbursement is applicable for non-subsidized loans, and this reimbursement is applicable even for renewal of limits. Suppose you are getting your CC limits renewed, or your OD limits renewed, or your bank guarantee limits renewed. For that also this reimbursement is applicable. Second one is reimbursement of bank guarantee charges in performance bank guarantee for government tenders. Whenever you participate in government tenders, you will be asked to give one performance bank guarantee. For issuing the performance guarantee, bank will charge you a bank guarantee charges. It will be normally 3% of the bank guarantee value. In that charge, we reimburse 80% or 1 lakh, whichever is less. Next one is reimbursement of testing charges from NABL accredited labs. You can test your raw materials or finished products, and if the testing is done in a NABL certified lab or BIS certified lab, Bureau of Indian Standards lab, you can get the testing fee reimbursed by us, 80% or 1 lakh, whichever is less. And the next one is reimbursement of membership fee of various export promotion councils. Nowadays, lot of people are showing interest in exports. So if you want to export your product, it is always advisable to go and get it registered in an export promotion council connected to that item. For example, if you are manufacturing garments, means you must necessarily register with apparel export promotion council. Suppose if you are manufacturing engineering items, means you must get registered with engineering export promotion council, so that your export will become easy. So when you approach them for registration, they will definitely charge you some fees. In that registration fees, we are giving 80% or 20,000, whichever is less. The most important point in this, a same unit, a same SC or ST unit can avail reimbursement for even more than one export promotion council, provided the 80% reimbursement is coming within the 20,000 slab. So yeah, a person can register with the Engineering Export Promotion Council. The same person can get registered with FIO, Federation of Indian Export Organizations. It is possible. And the same person may even get registered under any board like Spice Board, Tea Board, Coconut Board, provided it is relevant to him. We can reimburse to him. We have a customer who is availing 3 reimbursements from us. Same person. He is availing APEDA registration fees reimbursement. The same person is availing reimbursement from Spice Board, and the same person is availing the reimbursement of FIO. So all the three reimbursements put together, if it is within 20,000, it is permissible. Next, reimbursement of short-term course fees of 30 days in top 50 NIRF rated management institutions. If you do a training program in any of the NIRF rated management institutions in the area of EDP, MDP and family business, we give reimbursement of 90% or 1 lakh, whichever is less in the fees, training fees. So these are the major schemes of the National SCST Hub. In addition to this, we also provide many free services like Udyam registration, we do free of cost. We do GEM registration, government e-marketplace registration free of cost. We also do vendor registrations for CPSEs like NLC, CPCL, BHEL, BEL. All these vendor registrations are provided free of cost. You can avail the help of our e-tender consultant, Mr. Bhima Rao is there. Last year, our target was 10 crores, but we achieved nearly 21 crores for participating in government tenders. The entire credit goes to my e-tender consultant because educating the people to participate in a tender is not that easy. Tamilla solnuna kallula naaru urikira vela. It's not that easy, and I must acknowledge that the entire credit goes to my e-tender consultant. Last year we surpassed the target by another 100%, and we got a bonus mark of 5% for performance. So in as far as SC/ST MSCs are concerned, if they are eligible to participate in a tender, they can very well come to us and take our help for participating in the tenders. That is also free of cost. We are not charging any fees. Likewise, we have a bank consultant also in our office. He is a retired bank employee. He will provide credit facilitation, financial guidance he can provide. That is also free of cost. Only the first two schemes we are charging fees. The first one is 1416 and the second one is 118 rupees. All the other services are free of cost for SC, ST, micro and small enterprises. So here I do not know, I think most of them will be from the general category MSc. I have a request. If you have any known person or friend belonging to the SC, ST category and who is a micro or small entrepreneur, please disseminate this information. Our office is functioning in the MSME campus itself, MSME DFO building itself. We are functioning. We can give necessary support for them to participate in government tenders. So the only thing they must do is to identify a tender which is suitable to them and then come to us. We can also help them to identify a tender, that is possible, but if they identify and come, the work will be more easy. Nowadays, I would like to, one thing I want to say, many people who have got tenders from through NS, through our hub office, they don't even have a computer at home. Such kind of people, we have helped them to participate in tenders and they are very now successful in their life. One person I can say, when he first came to our office, he did not even have a computer. We helped him to participate in IOCL tender, and today 4 of his lorries are transporting petroleum tankers, petroleum products. With our help, he has participated in tenders and now he is very successfully running that business. And now he has straight away purchased a laptop. So laptop is costlier than a desktop, but he says, no sir, I will purchase a laptop itself so that it will be easy for me to make use of your portal. So we are helping people to participate in government tenders by giving all kinds of handholding support, documentation. Many people do not know what is a digital signature certificate is. They do not know what is ITR, income tax return is. So to such people, we give complete hand-holding support and we make them to participate in government tenders in a successful manner. Without a mistake-free this thing, we are giving them guidance. So with this I conclude, and before I conclude, I once again thank ICAI for giving us an opportunity to present our schemes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting our invite and taking your time to be with us today.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. So next we have a technical session by CA Ranjit Karthikeyan, sir, on the topic MSME Compliance under various Act. Sir, I humbly request you to occupy the dais. So, to provide a brief of Ranjit Karthikeyan, sir. Ranjit Karthikeyan is a senior chartered accountant with over 3 decades of experience in audit, taxation and corporate governance. He has worked extensively with MSMEs across India, offering advisory on compliance, IPO and SME listing, ESG integration and strategic scale-up. A certified independent director and also a faculty for board level training, he bridges regulatory insight with real-world business challenges. He is also a past chairperson of ICAI Trivandrum branch and current treasurer of Trivandrum Chamber of Commerce. He is a sought-after speaker and national TV commentator known for demystifying policy for entrepreneurs and professionals alike. On behalf of SIRC, sir, we thank you for accepting and to be with us here today, sir. And I also invite CA Jayabalan, sir, to give away the memento to our speaker as a token of appreciation.
Almost good afternoon and a happy MSME Day to all of you. See, I think, when I was invited by the ICAI, SIRC, I should definitely thank the chairperson, Revati ma'am, for inviting me, giving me this opportunity, because, this is very hall which I, as a student, sat on the other side and listened to doyens like Guru Raj Upadhyaya, T.N. Manoharan, Bhupadi and all, and my privilege that I stand before you. And without wasting much of time, let us get into this. So the presentation was basically, when I was asked to talk on the SIRC event, I thought it's mostly for chartered accountants. So now I think, there are more MSME representatives, startups, entrepreneurs here than chartered accountants. Of course, chartered accountants know everything, so they don't need to sit through all these presentations. So I think, I'll slightly deviate from what I have made out. So my point is, if anybody thought that I am going to talk about the compliances of each act, right from the MSME Act to GST to Companies Act to all these things, that I think you are mistaken. This is not about a class, study class. This is basically to make you confused, to make you think before you act. So here, whenever you talk about compliance, everybody is a little worried about aligning with the law. But let me start out saying that it is no longer a regulatory necessity. It is the foundation of growth, finance and trust. Ask any angel investing help desk or people who have worked with banks. The compliance is the single most important thing MSME should have. To get anywhere, even from vendors, you need certain compliances required. Now that is so you are going into ESG and things like that. So definitely that is what it is. So let us look at the ecosystem. So here, when you talk about compliances, where you have about 100,000. Do you know that there's a survey that was done by ORF, which said that the book says jailed for doing business. If any one of you want that, I can maybe send you a PDF. But jailed for doing business was the title, in which they said 1,536 governing laws, business laws in India, and 678 is union governments and multiple states. So it's an aggregate. It's an industry specific. MSMEs have different sector has a different set. Chemical, fertilizer has different set. So all together, they have aggregated it, and they found that there are 1,536. And mind you, 69,233 compliances. And about 6,618 annual filings, of which 2,282 are union and 4,336 are state. So this is the kind of compliance environment, regulatory environment that you are treading with. And now you say that where you have about 6.34 crore registered MSMEs, maybe 6.5 crore it has reached. If you look at the Udyam registration portal, you will know about 11 plus crore jobs are being given, and out of which 99% are micro. So you should understand that there are single owner, 2 employee kind of setup, and you have such large compliances to go with. So see, if you look at Jam Trinity that is got in, that is the Jantan, Aadhaar and mobile, the informal sector was brought into the banking network. Then there came a demonetization. Then they introduced the GST, and most of the businesses, maybe at least about a gut feel or a ballpark figure is about 35% is still unregistered. So the registered under Udyam platform or Udyam Assist is about 6.5 crores. And globally also, MSMEs are the backbone. It's not just India. When you say that the economy, people who talked before me has said that it's a backbone of our economy. It is a backbone of the world, up to about 50-60% of the GDP in OECD countries, where about most of the business activities happen, the GDPs are contributed by MSMEs. So basically that is where you and me are. That is the critical area. That is where the government has now come out with most of the schemes where you have heard the StartupTN has, like that every state has. Back in Kerala from where I come, we have a startup mission. So many states have now come to make sure that the MSME sector is prodded, it's guided. So mentoring is happening, and we are the fastest growing large economy in the world. India has a very huge, so if you look at a few news reports in the last 2-3 days, when Ananta Narayan, a businessman, was talking about the global reach of Indian MSMEs. So each one of you sitting here, somebody is selling a small food products to toothpaste. I think, when he was quoting saying that in an Indian toothpaste now has gone globally, which is sold at about 100-120 rupees, which is 20% of the marketing cost of the toothpaste in the US. So that is the global competitiveness that we have in our MSME. So, but still, you have a credit gap of 20 to 25 trillion. 25 lakh crore is estimated at the credit gap. When we were talked about, banks being there to support your initiatives, why are we not be able to get the money? So they have, most of the MSCs lack formal records which is needed to get them a finance. You go to a bank or to a private equity or to even a lender, your basic records has to be there. That is lacking, and that is where the credit gap of 25 trillion, which is 25 lakh crore of rupees, is seen as a credit gap. And you see the receivables, the average about 9 months. Now we have law saying that within 45 days all these things has to be paid. All these things, everything said and done, even today the average receivables are 9 months. Because small suppliers, they will say, okay, you go, you have a Samadhan scheme, you write against me, your income tax return for all these things done. But actually, even today, versus about 30 days, you have a big supplier, the Hindustan Unilever will only give you 30 days credit. So these are the challenges that we have. So, going how we have to transform. I said that, the compliance has become a very critically important thing. You should also see the transformation that is happening in the digital space. Now everybody knows, earlier even chart accounts was very reluctant to get into the digital mode. I still remember very saying that, no, the MCA, everything has to be filed online, not possible. Where is the connectivity? Now, even the person sitting, a street vendor is using his mobile phone to get money transferred and transacted. So the digital disruption has happened and is here to stay. So your GSTN, the real-time monitoring is happening. So you have the Provident Fund, the Registrar of Companies, the Udyam filings, everything is tracked live. So how can you be, when somebody tells you that this person starting a business, even without a laptop, even without a computer at home, today that is the kind of mindset. That is a must-have thing for every business person. Even a small business person should have at least a laptop and an internet connectivity. So we, with e-invoicing, earlier we had goods movement interstate and trucks lining up in big queues to have every records checked. Now you have at least 1 or 2 days are saved because of the GST implementation. So you have governments are adopting e-invoicing, the AI security, the blockchain logs, all these technical things are being used. It's no longer an Asimov fiction. Like the science fiction that you used to learn as children is no longer there. It's happening. So what happens here is the missing link to scale. Why the MSMEs are not able to grow? Hello? Yeah. There's a ceiling. What's the time that I have? Till what time? 1:30. Fine. So I was going a little thing. Anyway, so this compliance is what actually was the missing link where the people hit the ceiling. For every given capacity, there is a limit, there is a limiting factor which gives you an output. So you can produce, say, 100 units with a given space, given working capital, given technological know-how, machine output, so many things. Similarly, a very critically important thing is the finance. So when finance is to be accessed, that is where the compliance happens. Generally, people come to you and say, sir, you give me a registration, compliance, this and filing and all, we will do. Payment of taxes, we will do. First of all, I need to have money, only then payment of taxes. I will pay interest or penalty. What is there? It is better than borrowing at 3%, 5% from the market. The problem is, we had a client back in Kerala where when they came to us, it was a technology company. We'll have some use cases and case studies so that it becomes more interesting. So they came to us and we found that they have a lot of violations with regard to Provident Fund, with regard to TDS pay remittances. They said, the working capital is not there, how can I? So I said, no, see, this is the money that you took from your employee, you have kept it, you had it to be paid to them in full, you would have paid. So definitely, this money cannot be yours. You cannot say that I'll use it on my working capital and then remit it with an interest. No, that's not on. Suddenly, there was an investment proposal from the US. $13 million US, they finalized everything. Technology, mobility was the area where they were working. So technology was that they had 250 employees, everything hunky-dory, deal done. They said one more thing. Just a small thing, we will do a due diligence. This due diligence will be done by a company called Grant Thornton. They will come from Bombay or Mumbai, as we call it now. So then we sat together. I said, see, I don't think that we will be able to convince them about the violations because due diligence is. So they came and then they said, a young girl came, a nice girl. She was very, very quite polite. We showed them everything. I said, fine. They gave a report saying that there is a violation of all these things, PF, remittance, ESI, this, that and all, plus non-provision of gratuity also, which I forgot to tell them. So this is the ecosystem that we have right from the beginning. So why you should all understand that why compliance is important is because an investor, when he comes in, he will see whether you are trustworthy. The government has given you money. He asked you to collect it from your employee and remit it and before the 7th of every month. You have not done it. You have violated it. So you are not trustworthy. If you are going to be not trustworthy with the government, how can I as a private individual trust? This is the concept. So you should understand the importance. I just wanted to drive home the importance of compliance. It is not that you have to know everything. That is where the consultants comes. See, I am now slightly reoriented this thing towards the MSMEs because most of you sitting here are MSMEs, representatives from there. So basically what you do is, the missing link to scale is the non-compliance or the compliance is a critical link. But I'm saying that word over and over again so that it resonates in your mind and you take a little more seriously, and then you go back to your auditor, your consultant, to make sure that this is done. At least there should be a confusion as is there something that I need to do regarding taxes? Is there something that I need to do with filing returns? Should I do this 60-odd thousand compliances, which all I should do? You should have an idea. Okay, so if you want to scale, if you want to get to the next level, this is the only way. So, as I said in my introduction, 1,536 laws govern businesses in India, 69,233 compliances, 26,133 carry jail terms. So, there's a small thing like canteen not painted in a premises. A spittoon is not provided. I don't know how many people use PAN these days. Not the permanent account number, the chewing one. So these are things we are still there. That is where, when I said pre-Jan Vishwas, the government came out with a small act the first initiative, the Jan Vishwas Act, in which they have tried to decriminalize a lot of compliances. So, and labor laws, which each and every one of us have to follow, very critical. 68% of the jail clauses are on labor laws. See the importance. So I am not here to scare you. I am not saying that, okay, don't do business. I am saying that, please be aware and make sure that these are all small compliances matters. And the government also is trying to take initiatives, and Jan Vishwas 2, I think, is coming. So the decriminalization happened to about 183 provisions across 42 laws have come down. So minor offences from jail to monetary penalties, acts in the environmental, legal, metrology, drugs. So the Companies Act, GST, taxation, Jan Vishwas 2, we are expecting. So for both for the MSMEs as well as the practitioners, the chartered accountants, we should be able to notify the government. We should be able to represent to the government, bring it to the notice that, such things are there, which are detrimental for the ease of doing business. So unless and until there is because, this is done at a government officer level. This is not seen by the labor ministry or any other senior level. So when you find something difficult, genuinely make sure that the voice is there. And that is where institutions like the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India and your alliance with that can help you to make your voice heard at the right places. So we are looking at Jan Vishwas 2 now. Yep. So less than 1% of the jail clauses actually repealed. Real-time filing burden still remains, and the risk of prosecution is high in the PF, ESI, CSR, tax, etc. And also our judicial system is not something which is great. 40 years after a postmaster forgot to make an entry in the post office register, I think 2 days back the news came. There was a small deposit made by a depositor, post office deposits. So he made the deposit entry in the passbook of the person, the depositor, and made the remittance in the treasury. But he forgot to record that in the main ledger maintained by the post office. 40 years he had to run behind the case where he has been criminally charged of defrauding the state. So this is a system that we have. So better be very, very careful that we align with the laws. So it's global now. As I told you, we are in a system where everything is being tracked. We have no privacy. You put your Google Maps on and you walk around. Everybody knows where you are. So you talk about data privacy, all these things. But everywhere in the world, there has been digital disruptions. So monitoring, earlier you can have 2 balance sheets or 3 balance sheets, one for the sales tax, one for the income tax, the other one for the bank, and one probably the original. No which way. No which way. Because your income tax people know the GSTN. So you cannot buy something from outside the state without any invoice and sell it without invoice in your state, get unaccorded money. Impossible. Maybe there are people who are doing it, but they are getting caught. So this is all, see in EU, the invoicing, standard business reporting, everything comes online, real time. Same in Singapore, in Philippines. And public accountants or chartered accountants there are the critically important factors which support the government in all these things. The trust factor is with the professionals which help the government, and so that is where the CAs are. They are sandwiched between the government, your reporting, your signature is as a mark of trust, and a mentoring, what we said that StartupTN CEO, he was telling about being mentors, being enablers, being helpful to the ecosystem. So this is one area where, not just the government, but also the MSMEs has to form, because this is where we grow. So when I say CSS enablers, most of you who has to take advice, you should possibly demand now with your advisor, with your chartered accountant. He's not just a bookkeeper anymore, not just a person who will file the GST returns for you. He has taken a different turn. And for the chartered accountants, I am telling you, see, no MSME would require an accountant per se. With the artificial intelligence, the machine learning, the blockchain, all the accounts, and with the real-time monitoring of goods movement and all, what we generally have is a self-recorded transaction duly audited. So where are the chartered accountants going to sign? Where is the mark of trust that you need to print on a piece of paper? So the role has to change, and for the business, the client will have to demand to their auditor as to how to help you in compliances, in being a strategic advisor, in being a planner, in forecasting. So a person if you have an employee who is going to take a flight to Delhi to have some official work done, it's all done seemingly. If you have a particular person having a kind of limits, whether business class, all these things are in your HR system. A click of a button, you're issued a ticket, automatically recorded in the traveling expenses. There's no require for submitting the bills. All these things are gone now. Everything is online. So accounting per se has been disrupted. So your chartered accountant, your advisor will definitely have to be an enabler of tech adoption. So sad that many, I was talking about marketing initiatives. How many of you have taken the support of ONDC? How many of have not heard about ONDC? Nobody is. Many people have not heard. So the government of India has initiated something called an open network digital commerce. See, this open network digital commerce is to give you a platform fairly free of cost to reach out to the market. But of course, we have bigger giants like Amazon or Flipkart who will probably not. But when everybody goes into that ONDC platform, I think it's called My Store or something, right? My Store. Yeah, My Store. So if you go into that, then people will start looking at that for the products. So similarly, this kind of digital knowledge has to be transferred to the people, the clients that you have, where you have so there is a tech adoption that is required. So there has to be proper marking, so there is a logistics part of it, right? When you get an order that has to be processed, it goes to the logistics partner, he will pick it up, and your money comes to the bank. So the credit gap of 9 months and all is no longer there. I'm talking about the retail part. Then we have the GEM, where the government procurement happens through the digital portal. And we have something called the India Stack, where they have created a portal in which they said there's a threads, bills are discounted. Online, your credit check, everything is not done. If you are a gem supplier, they have something called a gem Sahai. So you are giving a lot of business to the government, you are getting money on a regular basis. An account aggregator with your permission will go and check all your records. He will give you a credit verification report, and there will be banks and financial institutions which will queue up and give you funding. So do you need compliance for all these things? So basically these kinds of things are unaware to many. See, people who are sitting here have talked something, probably you will go back, you will go online and find something. Some people may not. But if you are, if the chartered accountants, if your auditors are enabled or given this kind of an information, then each individual can say, hey, why don't you go and do the business online? Why don't you digitize it? Why don't you get your funding from threads? All these things, or CGTMSC, all these finance, like when the SCST presentation was made, he said, if you are not, then you just pass on the information, somebody else will benefit. If you are not eligible, then somebody else who is eligible can benefit. So these are the kind of things. So CAs are enablers of tech adoption. So you should go back to your chart account and ask for the help. Because by nature, the traditional CA has not been, they have been doing routine work. We all, I am not saying that others, all of us. But only when a client comes and asks you, sir, there's somebody came and talked about ONDC, can we know about it? Or how can I get into the platform? Can you help me find a person who can do all the this thing? These things happen. That is how the 99% of the MSME single owner micro units can get digitally transformed. And the reason also, India is very, very fast in getting into FTAs. Anybody heard about FTAs? Free trade agreements. We have already done that with UK. 99% of the goods that is being shipped from India is tariff free, zero tariff. 99%. And the cost difference would be from 4 to 16%. So each and every individual will have an opportunity, especially when they are present in the digital space, to get orders from global buyers. That's the reason why you need a digital presence and a tech adoption. So the CA-led MSME transforms where your risk management is done, whether you are FEMA, if you are going to ship, what are the foreign exchange acts, when you should get the money back, all these things, there are rules and regulations. So your digital filings need to be done. You can possibly ask for a refund of your GST, all these things, and these are all very critically important for your pricing. So now, let us have a few case studies. How many of you have heard about Byju's? Everyone, most of us have heard, yes. What happened to him? Why? Yes, finance handling problems, negligence in compliance. Okay. See, it's a very, very interesting story. Somebody who was a tuition master suddenly found that, there is an opportunity of doing it online. And he did it great, right? So you are all proud. Somebody who become a unicorn, $1 billion net worth. we're all proud. The Chan Zuckerberg Foundation investing in him, many global investors coming in. And suddenly you find that these auditors resigned. Deloitte was the auditors. They resigned. Then you find that they are fighting court cases not just in India but in the US. So I'll quickly tell you why. Byju's grew exponentially. When they got the capital, they had to hard sell. So more sales, high-pitched sales. So much of people were roped in as marketing executives, they sold. So when they sold, they were selling for 3 classes, 3 years. The tab and the 3 years access for each class, 8th, 9th and 10th. So there what happened is, long story short, there was even cases where they wanted to get into refund. This doesn't happen. There was a productized approach, very innovative, where you want to give your kid the education, the bank will come after you. The bank will give you a loan, the Byju's will give you the learning app, and everything is fine. But suddenly somebody thinks that, oh, this is not worthy, I want to give back, they will not give you a refund. So there are multiple cases started. Then why Deloitte has resigned? Because they say the income recognition did not happen the way it should. So 3 years, so you could have only 1/3 of your income recognized in that particular year. So they said, no, we are not going to audit. I don't know why they audited before that particular year of resignation. But then, they said, then they changed the auditor, BDO came. Because these are all reported. That is why I am naming. These all come in the newspapers. Don't think that I am against anybody. So BDO came, they also resigned. Now, then started the real story. The real story is not this. Byju's had availed loan from about 37 people, 37 companies in the US under the name of Byju's Alpha, $1.2 billion. So this $1.2 billion, which was mobilized in US under Byju's Alpha, 533 million is not seen. So 533 million suddenly got into a black hole. So there was a clause in which the utilization was also mentioned. Utilization of 533, and that one company, these are all loan sharks, like when you have companies which gives you debt at a very high point, and at the first instance they will come and detach your point. The same thing happened to Byju's. They suddenly found that there was a transfer of 533 million to a hedge fund which is under a pancake shop's address, run by a 21-year-old with zero experience. And it then went to Inspire Learn or something like that, and then it went into a black hole. So 533 million, till now nobody knows where it has gone. So the US court held that that was a fraud. And that is how the NCLT came into picture. So the entire business is gone. So the Indian system said, this is not a fraud, maybe a financial misappropriation, this, that and all, but then there's a huge fight. So even if this is applicable even for a small concern here in India, forget about 1.2 billion, even 1.2 lakhs. And if your compliance is not there, like there is a compliance issue, there is a mismanagement issue, there is a marketing issue, there is overcapitalization issue, you look at anything that can go wrong, it's all there in the Byju's. That is how, because you from a very small beginning, you came, there was a company called White Hat Junior. The deal was struck in WhatsApp messages. Then they acquired Akash. That was a training institution with brick and mortar company. So all these things were done without a strategy, planning, forecast, compliance requirements, nothing. So getting money also without any actual use, you should all understand that capital is extremely expensive. It's more expensive than debt. So be compliant, and somebody was talking about the valuation. How can you say that I have a 1 crore this thing and I have a valuation of 50 crores? So what value addition? So now we need to have more compliance oriented. So then valuation, the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India has approved valuers. They have experts who do the valuation for the businesses. So these are things very critically important. So same thing from Tamil Nadu, from Tenkashi, there is a organization called Soho. They are bootstrapped. They did not go for any big private equity or angel investment or nothing, not even IPO. So you see the difference. Two big tech companies, one with a ethical filing, global brand trust, everything is now a pride of India, where the government of India has honored him with a Padma Shri, whereas Byju's, who was seen as a brash, India's biggest tech, is now fighting cases all across. Similarly, Infosys also. Infosys is a classic example where they did not take money from any private equity or angel funding or anything. They again bootstrapped, and after about 12 years or something, they did an IPO. So basically, you need to, I'm not saying that private equity is bad, I'm not saying that angel is bad, no, but you need to know what you can do with the funds, and only take money when you require it and use it diligently. And that is exactly why you have so much of compliances. It is not easy taking money and spending it. No. Why the government says that is because you have to be, and you are handling other people's money. You are more or less like a trustee. And that is one honor that is given to you, saying that you are the backbone of the Indian economy. When MSMEs say that, okay, we honor you, because you contribute, you generate employment, you create wealth. So you have to be responsible also. So what you can actually ask your CAs is, because you probably have a better interaction, periodic interaction, where you have to have risk assessments. Nowadays, risk assessment, you don't need huge spreadsheets and all. So very many tools are available for you to say that what are the risks. Even a ChatGPT would give you a fairly good idea as to what are the risks. And that's not a joke, that seriously, because they are trained. So you don't need 10 interns in your office to create that kind of work and give you an offer so that you can look at it and say, okay, this is what, that's what happens with seniors. People like me, 30 years, we'll ask our assistants to work, and then, we'll form a judgment based on our experience. So that has now been crunched because of the AI initiatives that happen. So you should definitely sit with the advisor, the auditor, the chartered accountant, see what the risk assessment is. How can I automate the process? And nowadays it's not very difficult, it's not very expensive. 3-4 lakhs in penalties or 30,000-40,000 in investment in this thing. Which one do you want? That is what you should possibly think. If you don't do the deadlines, there are penalties, missed opportunities. Make sure that your banker is not going to allow you. So the losses that will happen to you because of a non-compliance can be mitigated when you have a process automation. So you have a digital integration, then you probably see, there was a very, very recent case where a particular influencer from Facebook, social media, suddenly found that, she lost about 66 lakhs of rupees from a small boutique, online boutique. See, we are all surprised, 66 lakhs. And you are only running a small online store where, everything is digitally ordered. It all came in the newspapers and all. It became a big issue. The staff came and accused of so many other things of the owners. And this particular lady, she was a big influencer and she used to get orders from across. And only after 2-3 months, she could find that 60 lakhs is gone. Now there will be case that the people will be booked on and all, but the money is gone. You cannot, I don't think that, in India, we can recover the money which has already been lost and sunk. So that is where you have to have monthly dashboard and proactive alerts, especially when you have this inventory control. How many goods have come in, how many has gone out, all these things. Keeping a CCTV camera wouldn't work. So you need to have that kind of digital support for you to be compliant. So you have manufacturing, there are labor filings, food and pharma, FSSAI, drug safety, TDS, contract. So there are a whole set of services, sector-wise, that can actually be offered as a service and probably claimed. Go and talk and say, this is the service I want. Either he can directly do, or there are specific people who may not be qualified to offer you that services. But being knowledgeable about these kind of return filings or compliance requirements, registrations are the first step to getting into the next level. So there are multiple tools, e-invoicing APIs. So you can just plug into the software and the accounting entries, the invoicing itself gets an API into it, and automatically the transactions are vetted. The bank APIs are now available with Tally or Soho Works and all. Cloud accounting. So things like this. Here, this is because of MSME Day that we are all sitting here together. But this has to be a activity, a year-long activity, in smaller groups. It can be more of a clinic or a workshop rather than a presentation. So sector-specific people can sit, say for example, food processing industry. How this can, what are the compliances, what are the regulations, what are these things, whether the checklist has been made. All these things can be done in similar ways. The initiative has to be from your side. So, board level compliance scorecards. See, we said that about 35,000 medium enterprises are there in India, 35,000 only, after the 6.5 crores, which do about 40% of the exports. So basically, when you talk about board level, all these things, corporate governance and all, that has to be practiced from a very small level. And only then, when you migrate, see, I tried to implement workflow software in my office. Today we are about 3 offices, multi-location, this, that and all, and I thought that, okay, I am talking about digital disruption, let me do that first in my office. So we subscribed to a workflow software available best in the market. Because I now go and talk, you have to invest in technology, so you have to do, so I thought I'll start it in my office. The problem I had is when I started my career, my practice in 1992, I never thought that there has to be a migration. So the disruption that happened, my legacy would not let me get into this 100% workflow kind of a software. I cannot have a paperless office without very serious intervention and with the help of maybe 50% of my staff and students. So unless and until you start practicing it from now, today, in your small establishment, it will be extremely difficult for you to possibly progress and get into a 100% digital environment, which when new people come in, they will make sure that it happens and your business will definitely be impacted. So start today to make sure that all the available resources are utilized in a moderate manner. I am not saying that you invest everything on technology and do nothing, but make sure that you progressively get there. So you are aligned, at least your processes are aligned so that it can seamlessly become automated on a later stage. So when I already told you about what are the losses. See, when you have non-compliant, I talked about that company which was possibly valued at 13 million US way back in maybe 2007, 8 or so, could not conclude the deal just because of non-compliance. Everything, the mobility, technology, everything was there, and just because a few things were not done, the promoters were saying, the first tranche of money coming in, 30 lakhs, we'll just pay off the dues and give them a clean thing. The TDS dues are paid, the PF, everything, the money is paid, even the interest and penalties are done, and we can, but no, that's not the case. As I mentioned, it is the trust. If you are worthy of being entrusted with my money, that is the whole impact. So if you are non-compliant, then penalties, lost tenders and reputation. So now we talked about Byju's, somebody who was there as a we chest thumped and said, wow, Byju's from my place, South India, maybe Kerala. Now it's a huge reputation loss. You have heard about Virat Kohli's restaurant. Did somebody know about Virat Kohli being fined for what? Huh? See, actually Virat Kohli's restaurant was fined for not having a designated smoking area in Bangalore. So we say no smoking, all these things, say no to all these things. But, you don't. So if there is a violation of anything, the person who doesn't like, oh, Virat Kohli, let me fine him. So whether the social angle doesn't come in at all. So there is a reputation loss. Now everybody, the newspaper also said Virat Kohli was fined. Probably he may not have known that there is a restaurant like that in his name. So make sure that your compliance is the biggest thing that you do. Then the benefits of low interest credit, as I told you, if you are a supplier, if you are a regular filer of GST, I don't know whether they have rolled it out. They were planning to have a GST Sahai, where people's GST returns would be culled out. They will be given a particular, you might get a message saying that you are eligible for X amount of money because of your bank transactions and all. Similarly, the GST returns through an account aggregator is tracked. Then they will say you are eligible for that. So that is, there's a kind of an auction. And I interacted with the promoters of this India Stag, I think Sharad Sharma or somewhere. And he was saying that there was a particular NBFC said that, sir, we are not getting any this thing. Why should I be in your platform? Nobody is coming to us. I am not able to give any loan to anybody. And he said, what is the rate at which you are offering the loans? He said 18%. NBFCs generally are higher, 18%. Say, who will come to you with an 18% when the banks are willing to offer the GST compliant businessmen at 8, 9, 10, whatever? So then they realized that they came back and they started lending at comparatively lower amount. So your compliance will make you eligible for lower interest credit. People will come to you with joint venture, buyer confidence, all these things. And also, now I told you the FTAs and all, the UK, EU, Chile, New Zealand, Israel, all these are talking to India directly because of the China plus one. Now the countries after COVID, they said that China alone cannot give we a supplier. We need a plus one. We are, I think, fifth biggest manufacturer now. So China plus policy, then people have started talking to India. Why India? So we are talked about NEET, not in education, employment, training, no skills. 30-40% of this demography of 15 to 30 are not skilled, but still people are talking. Because we have the demographic dividend. We have one of the youngest population in the world, at least till 2050 or something, we have that kind of a manufacturing hands. So, basically what we have is, when you have people coming to you, they will also come with certain compliance requirements. Right or not? I say, I will not have child labor. I will have ESG compliance certificate. So now everybody, so that is where you have progress from industry 1.0 to industry 5.0. So in 1.02 from 1750s to today, when human capital on the integration between machine and humans are critically important. So ESG becomes very, very, very important. So you have to make sure that earlier we heard about the disaster management became climate change and how it became. So everybody is now looking at positive things. So the human factor, the machine-human integration has now started since the 2020s, which is called industry. Please go back and see, look for industry 5.0. 5. We have not heard of industry 4.0 till 2011. 2011 was where IoTs have happened, all these things, industry 4.0. Now, after about 9 years, we are talking, from 2020, we are talking about industry 5.0. So that is the level of disruption that happens. So please go back and do a little research on this, saying that, what is industry 5.0, you will understand. So as I told, the blockchains, all these things will definitely do the major work that is being done by office people, administrative staff and all. So you can have more savings on your compliance related work from real-time digital disruptions that is being happened. So now it's for the CAs. So what are the skill sets we should have? See, we should have ESG fluency. These are the technical jargons that we use right now. We should have regulatory foresight, XBRL filing, ERP mapping, sectoral dashboards. So all these things, tech fluency, ESG fluency, and the regulatory foresight are the skill sets that you require. For which, you can use XBRL filings, ERP mapping, and sectoral dashboards. So the earlier big volumes of books that you find in a shelf of a practitioner is no longer seen. So this is where you have to ask and demand for your advisor, your tax practitioner, whoever whom you depend on to help you out with. And there is a new thing. See, last so many years we have heard about fractional CFO, right? Where a small unit cannot have a CFO, but they have their own requirements, a banking challenge, a reporting challenge, all these things. A CFO requirement is there. So there are professionals who will work for many companies, 5, 6 companies, where they spend about 1 or 2 hours, or maybe 1 day in a week, whatever is required, or need based, so that it benefits the business unit, because they need not pay the fat salary of a CFO. It can be on a basis of need basis or an hourly basis. So similarly, I think offer has to happen, the disruption has to happen, where the compliance as a service will happen. Now the company secretaries are nowadays called compliance officers. So every company has a compliance officer. So he is no longer known as company secretary. So the compliance officer, similarly, people who are able to advise these units can possibly have a separate, your chart accountant, your tax practitioner, whoever advises you may not be able to focus and give you time. But you can always have somebody who is providing compliance as a service. So that's one emerging area. A loud thought. I have not seen anybody. It's only a thought that I'm proposing, where you can ask and you can possibly, chart accountants can offer. Then similarly, ESG and sustainability reporting, because it's all big agencies which now give this reporting. So we need to work towards that, either associate with them, with NGOs, get that skill sets to be able to provide that ESG and sustainability certifications, reporting, and together drive the next wave of formal growth. So public policy, as you said, input to simplification, like whenever there is, as I told you, make sure that, it goes to your association, goes to your Chartered Accountants Institute, or to your startup mission, where they can codify your difficulties and then input into a simplification, feedback to all the ministries, and regional CA chapters and branches can do smaller workshops. So why I'm insisting is that ICAI can be the linchpin, the growth enabler for the industries. And it is nice that the members of the council have taken such an initiative, and nice to see so many of the businessmen here rather than chartered accountants. So standardized chart of accounts, move to cloud platforms, internal SOPs. Make sure that you review every day, every week, that reports. You don't say that I'll just do I'll do some food processing, sell, take money. No, the reporting, everything is required. The reports has to be collected, collated, and see and discuss, even within family members. Say that, okay, I brought it at 10 rupees, now I did this process, I am selling it at 15 rupees, whether it actually is profitable or not. Whether you have added your value of labor that you have put in on your own. So these are things that you can probably progress. So this is the progress that I am talking about. From level 0, which is informal, unregistered, single unit. Basic tax filing is level 2. Digital books and certifications are level 3. Or level 2 with digital books, and level 3 real-time dashboard, investor readiness. So you need investments to grow. So your ultimate idea is to make sure that all these compliances will lead to investment. Need not be private equity, venture capital, angel funding. No, it can even be debt capital. So even it can go to the banker. So investment in any any way, any form. You can now, as an SME, go to the SME platform. MSME listing is there, both in BSc as well as in NSE. NSE Emerge is a platform where they have listing, where we did about a company, a small town pipe manufacturing company in Punalur near Tenkashi. They did a small IPO for about 11.9 crores, 12 crores. So these are the opportunities that we have right now, for which you need a hell of a lot of compliances to reach you there. So you now also know, if you have about 20-30 crore turnover, you are an eligible candidate to go for an IPO. So formalized processes not during crisis. That's why I said, starting from now on, you should make sure that you're calibrated. So you review an entity structure. That also is important. Whether you are a 1% company, as I told you, 99% micro units. So it depends on your plan. You need a 1% company or a limited liability partnership or a private limited. And if you want to go to the public issue and all, then definitely you should be a public limited company. So compliance is not the end. It is definitely well and truly the runway for a great takeoff. So offer diagnostic compliance and check. MSMEs should treat compliance as an investment and together drive the next wave of formal growth. So that's action. And 1:30 is the time that was given. I think I'm 5 minutes more, and if you have any questions, I can take that. So I'll be around, and if anybody wants to have a private chat with me, I'm also okay with that. And thank you so very much for patient listening, and look forward that this MSME Day would be very fruitful and you all succeed in your sphere of activity. Thank you so very much.
Sir, on behalf of SIRC of ICAI, I thank you once again, sir, for such an enriching session.
SIRC of ICAI, CA Pramod Hegde, Regional Council Member, and CA Rekha Umashiv, Regional Council Member, to accompany our Chief Guest, Thiru Sivarajan Ramanathan, CEO StartupTN, to the dais. I now request CA Rekha Umashiv ma'am to introduce the speaker.
A very good afternoon to one and all. I hope it's a post-lunch session, so we have a special guest today. So I'll be very, very honored to invite Thiru Sivaraja Ramanathan sir, Mission Director and CEO Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission. Sir is the Mission Director and Chief Executive Officer of the Tamil Nadu Startup and Innovation Mission, branded at StartupTN. Under the leadership of Sir, StartupTN has witnessed significant growth. Tamil Nadu State has received recognition as the best performer from the Union Government's Startup India ranking. The number of DPIT registrations from the state has also witnessed manifold growth due to the conducive environment for startup. I think there is a big round of applause. We have to give it to Sir. The organization is striving to position Tamil Nadu on the global startup designations map. Additionally, it also aims to foster inclusivity in entrepreneurship through innovative schemes and initiatives with the goal of achieving uniform growth and social justice. Sivaraja sir is a governing council member at the Entrepreneurship Development and Innovation Institute, EDII, and the MSME Trade and Investment Promotions Bureau under Tamil Nadu Government MSME Department. He is also a board member at the ITNT Hub. He was chosen to lead the StartupTN for his efforts with Native Lead, a non-governmental organization. He founded to promote the startup ecosystem and economic development in Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities in Tamil Nadu. Through the Native Lead Foundation, Native Angels Network, he focused on social entrepreneurship, economic growth, and development in smaller cities and towns. Native Lead Foundation and its investing arm, Native Angels Network, are first of their kind initiative in India aimed at addressing the growth challenges of non-metro regions through entrepreneurial success. Beginning in Madurai in 2012, Native Lead model is now sought after by many cities and towns across the country for replication. Native Lead currently operates in non-metro locations in Tamil Nadu, namely Madurai, Coimbatore, Erode, Tiruchi, Thoothukudi, and connect chapters in Chennai, USA, and Japan. Sir has embarked on his entrepreneurial journey, distributing computers at the age of 21 in 1991. His company introduced many technological advancements for the first time in Madurai. In 2003, he co-founded Winway Systems Private Limited, developing an ERP solution for temples and establishing the region's first open source software training organization in southern Tamil Nadu. His strength and support came from his soulmate Padmini, an assistant editor at the Times of India, and he's a proud father of two, Sindhuja and Dev Ramanathan. His areas of interest include socio-political structures and history. We are much glad to have you here, sir, and we welcome you on behalf of SIRC to our MSME Day program. Thank you.
As a token of gratitude, I request our SIRC chairman, CAS Revati Raghunathan ma'am, to hand over the memento to Thiru Sivaraja Ramanathan, MD and CEO, StartupTN. Now we request Thiru Sivarajan Ramanathan sir to address the gathering.
Respected office bearers of this great organization and my good friend and mentor Kannan sir and many other leading chartered accountants of the city, and also I heard number of people have come from other states also like Telangana, Andhra and all, and the startup community here and other stakeholders. Good afternoon to everyone. Good afternoon. I know it's very difficult post lunch to listen to like many speakers, because normally they say that receptive capacity of a human brain is only 20 minutes. So the first session 20 minutes, that whatever the minimum receptive capacity is over. After that many things will just fly away. That too after lunch is very difficult. But in a packed day event, we are forced to speak and you are forced to listen, and some of them will get benefit out of it, because entrepreneurship is all about perennial curiosity. Like perennial curiosity means you should have a thirst and hunger which is like beyond measuring, beyond measurements, or beyond beyond a limitation. So that is the level of psychological curiosity that we expect from entrepreneurship, so that all these basic human capacities of receptive capacity of human brain of 20 minutes, 30 minutes, it is not applicable for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurs are different breed altogether, and their life is not another career option. They lead a life of different lifestyle, I would say. So entrepreneurship is it's entirely a different lifestyle, and many people think that entrepreneurship is another career option. So this kind of a lifestyle requires very intensive capabilities, intensive characteristics, and intensive capacity of brain and heart and body, I would say. So having said that, let me not take much of your time. I wanted to convey or share a couple of facts with relevant context to this particular event and also this particular partner of the the Chartered Accountants Forum. Startups, in my opinion, my personal opinion, is not a secluded or a separate section or a separate division or a separate domain, I would say. It is the next evolution or the next generation of industry. So industry is evolving like any other domain or any other field. They say that change is the only constant factor. Matram onre maaradadunu solluvanga. Like that, that is one of the powerful proverbs or phrase or statement. We can take it anyway, but that is one of the powerful statements. Change is the only constant factor. So in industrialization also, in industry also, this change is happening over a period of time. And after 1950, the speed of change is very, very high because of many industrial revolution. Mainly started in Silicon Valley and then, in some of the European countries and, China, Japan. So India is also catching up in the recent years. So, but overall, if you look at the difference between a company in 1950s and 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and after year 2000 and after year 2010, and especially in 2020, this decade, every decade you will see some changes, mainly impacted by the technology. So these technologies also bring different business models. For example, if you look at a particular company, say any food delivery company, the popular so-called food delivery companies, okay, it is not a technology company, it is not a financial or fintech company, it is basically a logistics company. So they are delivering food from the restaurant of your choice and your place, maybe be it your house or office or wherever you want, they are delivering that. Basically a logistics company connected by a couple of technologies, say a smartphone, an app sitting on a smartphone app, mobile banking and geospatial, the map, Google map kind of technology. And using all these technologies, they are creating a different business model. This is what Steve Jobs used to say, innovation is nothing but connecting the dots in an harmoniously synchronized way. தமிழில் சொல்லணும்னா ஒரு அழகான ஒத்திசைவில் புள்ளிகளை இணைத்தல், இதுதான் புத்தாக்கம்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. So that is the new age capability. So the simple logistics business and a simple fleet management or a taxi management and simple rental management, everything is converted. These are popular examples. I need not say to you, but just to refresh your minds, I am telling all these examples. So that this business models is evolving because of the new technologies. We are trying to connect the older way of operations or older tasks, say for example logistics, say for example a taxi, say for example a hotel room, and like applying these technologies, we are trying to scale them and giving a different solution or solving a new problem. For example, this food delivery, we are solving a new problem. Some 10-12 years back, if you want to buy a food of your choice, either you should go to that hotel or you should send somebody to that hotel and buy the parcel. So that was the order of the day. And now, sitting on your place, even now, you can take any shop and you can select the food of your choice, you can make the payment, within next 15-20 minutes you will get the food here. So this is the convenience factor. Maybe in a recent meeting, our honorable Minister, DPIT Minister, Mr. Piyush Goyal was little critical about this kind of business model, and they were, for and against views on that. But that is a very, in my opinion, it's a thought-provoking thing that we have to think whether. Now his point was by applying, we are talking big about this kind of a business models of food delivery and like selling D2C, direct to consumer, glorified ice creams, glorified cosmetics, glorified food packets, all this stuff, and we are calling it as a startup. That was his concern. And like also by employing graduates, well educated people as delivery boys or cab drivers. And if that is the outcome of a startup, then that is not the real growth, was the Honorable Minister's point. So that is a valid thought process. Then they were against, there were so many comments against that, because I mean the government is not doing enough to encourage research-based deep tech innovations, so that people have to find their own ways and means to create business models. So these are all, this is also fact, this is also fact. But for a progressive entrepreneur, a progressive aspirant and a stakeholder means, that is where, even government as a stakeholder, startup companies, founders are stakeholders, and even very importantly, the chartered accountants community or fraternity is also a very important stakeholder. So how, we could, drive or direct the development towards a better future. So otherwise, on the same occasion, the minister was talking about or comparing the Chinese startup or the Chinese culture of startups, and what they are doing, maybe battery management and robotics and artificial intelligence, all those stuff. But at the same time, we are doing, this kind of food delivery and cosmetics and ice cream selling, all those stuff. So that is, that was his concern. And again, how we could change this for a better future for Tamil Nadu and India. So this is a broad-based point of view. So that is one area where we should collectively think, maybe organizations like this, the forums for chartered accountants, they are the financial minds of the world. So, they should also, come out with some frameworks, some ideologies. I know I was mentioning even while I was initiating my talk about Mr. Kannan sir here. He is one of the prominent chartered accountants. I personally know there are a number of chartered accountants who work with startups, but for the last 10-15 years I know him. His focus is only on startups, because when I was in Madurai and started investing, an investment company or investment network way back in 2013-14, I met with at least some not less than 10-12 chartered accountants. So nobody understood the methodology of angel investing. The moment they saw that we are valuing a company without any physical assets or a bank balance or a machinery or something like that, and we are valuing that company for higher valuation, and they immediately jump to a conclusion it is illegal and we are doing some illegal business. So I don't want to take part in this, I can't do this work. So after so many months, I think 4 or 5 months, I found Mr. Kannan who understood the angel investment concept. So now if I say that you will, mainly the chartered accountants, even the startup founders, you will find it very funny in a way. So how come chartered accountants don't understand this angel investing or a valuation methodology and all? But that was a time, and still in tier 2, tier 3 towns, many chartered accountants have this apprehension of this VC funding or the angel investing model, mainly in the valuation related calculations, and whether it is coming under compliance, whether it is lawful, all those things. So this is a different problem altogether. But my main point is that, see, when we want to create a good, better startup ecosystem, I shared that it is not a secluded or a separate division or a sector. It is the next generation of industry. So in this new generation of industry, the business models are changing. Mainly the investment models are also changing. That's the main point I wanted to touch upon here. The investment models are also changing. And the way finance is managed is also changing. Because in this transition, at some points we see that some kind of a shock for the conventional business people. They call it, newly invented the word called cash burn. So as if we are burning the cash on the fire, the currency on the fire, right? So what is cash burn? And the conventional entrepreneurs, they are very much shocked to listen to these kind of terminologies as well as these kind of practices. Why should you burn the cash? So the entrepreneur will say, I'm getting more and more customers and I'm creating a customer pool, a customer base. At one point of time, the customer will start paying me. So I have to wait for a particular period. That's a strategy. That's a logic, they say. That's a new age thing. So here there are a lot of, nuances are there. So not every time this strategy will work. So at what time and in what kind of company the strategy will work is a very, very tricky point. So that is where the knowledge of chartered accountants should come into play. But I personally see in the past 10-12 years of experience, most of the chartered accountants are thinking only in the conventional way of taxation, conventional way of book management and other financial management aspects, and not in the modern way of changing things, because it is not given in the books. Only thing is the how a share is calculated and how share value is inflated. All these things are there, but how when it comes to a startup without any property or something like that, or any physical assets or something like that, or these things are now only it's emerging. But at the same time, while I was little in a softer way, while I was criticizing the old school chartered accountants, but at the same time the investors and the entrepreneurs are also misusing this this philosophy or the concept called valuation, and they ask or they quote some impractical or the valuations of unacceptable valuations, unrealistic valuations. So how a balance can be achieved? So I think in my personal opinion, maybe investors with great amount of knowledge and experience are one set of people who could find out a real valuation. There is no, this is a very subjective concept, but with the great amount of knowledge and experience, chartered accountants are able to give a not a so conventional point of view, not a so futuristic point of view, but a middle way which will safeguard the founders, investors, as well as all the other stakeholders put together. But this is something very new. So I don't know whether this kind of research or this kind of discussion or this kind of frameworks are available within the Chartered Accountants Forum. I don't know. Maybe recently I met a set of young chartered accountants in a private meeting. Some 7-8 chartered accountants. They invited me as a guest. One of the chartered accountants is my friend's brother. So he invited me for a dinner, and they were very young chartered accountants, just completed their final exams, and they are registered with the the statutory body for practicing chartered accountants. Then they were discussing about this kind of new way of practicing. So at that point of I was also sharing my experiences with them, and they seems to be little knowledgeable, and and they are trying to come out with a framework among themselves. This is a very small group, how we could look at a startup, how we could look at an investor's point of view, and how we could give a balanced outlook for a particular investment deal. So this is something when it comes to investment. So again, I'm just sharing my experiences, that's all. It's not a structured speech or something like that. So 2 points I want to share. One is that we are going through a phase where the investments, though we claim that we know everything, we have books and material and rules and regulations, laws governing all those things, but in practical we find it very difficult. We also see startups which are indisciplined. The governance is not so good. In fact, in some startups, the governance is very bad, and to the surprise, prominent investors are sitting on their boards, but these startups are misusing the investors' funds. So this governance issue is also impacting, the what do you call, the trust of the investors, or at least the new investors who wanted to think this as asset class. They find it they seems to be having apprehensions in thinking of this when they hear some of the stories of startups misusing the funds or the governance, the improper governance. So how and again these companies are also well funded companies and managed by some chartered accountancy firm. So where we are we are missing. What is the missing point? So when it comes to investments, so we need to have a clarity and very good understanding for the stakeholders, and I think the chartered accountancy forums has a responsibility of giving some courses and also some not only courses but regular awareness sessions for all the stakeholders, mainly for the startups and also for the investors, on how a better investment deal can be framed. So this is one thing I request the forum and also the startups to think over it. The second is the management aspect, the financial management, the financial discipline aspect, and in alignment with that, the compliance aspect. So here is also, especially with the early stage companies, some of the companies, they say, they find it very difficult to get a incorporation done. Some chartered accountants are, friendly and charging reasonable, consultancy fee. Some chartered accountants are, it is their right, their fee. So we have no, right to, ask for a particular fee. But the incorporation has to be done in a proper way, in a quicker time. So what they are also having all the technological systems, having all the latest facilities, still startups finding is very difficult to incorporate their company and file their GST and file their income tax and whatever the regular ROC filings. So here also there is a lot of confusion, and even many companies are not, if they want to close their companies, they are not closing. And everybody knows that the government is charging heavy penalty. So I think unless we address all these issues, one part with the investment investment angle, the other part is the financial discipline and financial management and compliance management angle. So I think we need to work together, agencies like us, which is the government agencies, which is helping a startup ecosystem to grow, and the chartered accountants community, and I think that collaboration and that interaction is very happening in a very limited, rarely in these kind of events. That's what I was also asking, requesting the madam who is in charge of this forum to to follow up with whatever the programs that we are planning, and implement in a regular intervals, at least once in a month or once in 2 weeks or something like that, and also arrive at some kind of a methodology. Now we have technology, some kind of a methodology to interact with startup founders, and also very importantly some literacy, some education, very simple education in the vernacular languages, like Tamil or Telugu or whatever, wherever. I think it is a problem in all over the country. I think in states like Tamil Nadu we are far ahead compared to many other states on the awareness front and all. But many other states are even they are finding it very difficult. So to summarize, my points here, just two areas. One is the investment related clarity, the investment related frameworks, the investment related understanding of all the stakeholders, how we could bring. I'm just throwing these problems to this forum using this opportunity. The second thing is these both the problems are common and well known and prevailing for last few years. Nothing I am talking new, but somewhere together as stakeholders we should try to solve this problem. The second part is the financial management, the compliance management issues. So how we could arrive at or come out with solutions. So after my colleague Prem took all the initiative along with my team to organize this particular event. So we were also thinking how we could also come out with many suggestions, and because as domain knowledge experts, what are all the problems that we could give to chartered accountants, and we have the bandwidth to take these inputs to 11,700 startups. As Madam Rekha introduced me, when we started in 2022, we had 2,100 startups. Now we have around 11,500 startups in Tamil Nadu within 3.5 years time. So which is a very, very, multifold growth. So how we are going to, support all these startups? So one area is the, because when it comes to startup investment, fundraising is very, very important. Then financial discipline is very, very important. Both are in the hands of, to some extent, in the hands of chartered accountants. So that is where, I wanted to leave the thought that the companies also should work with the right kind of chartered accountants, and also come out with what is the problems that they are facing with their own chartered accountants, so that as a government nodal agency we can take those issues to the forums like this, and we can openly openly and frankly we can share these are the problems that they are facing with their own chartered accountant. It can be a problem of the chartered accountant, or it can be the problem of the founders, but somehow as a community, as a collective stakeholders, we have the responsibility of solve the problem. That's the important. Not the people are important, but the process and the problems are important. So that is what we wanted to expect as the outcome of this event. So this one day event, whatever the knowledge that we gain, it is only one part, but what we are going to do after this event, what are the frameworks and the knowledge capsules that we are going to create post this event is what makes some meaning for all the startup founders and other stakeholders like investors. So I think with this I thank the forum, the association for giving us StartupTN an opportunity to co-organize this event, and also expose number of startups to the chartered accountant community. So that they will also gain first-hand knowledge, and also I thank all the startups here who wants to learn many things around finance, funding, and compliance, and disciplined finance management. And once again I'm looking forward to a long and progressive and productive association with this forum. Thank you so much, and wish you all the best.
Thank you, sir. Now I request CA Pramod Hegde, sir, regional member, to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir, for the wonderful thought process. So at the outset, before I give vote of thanks, I thought I was writing down all the points which you were sharing. So I am also would like to add certain facts of what you've disclosed, and probably enlighten what ICAI is doing in the startup space as well. Last year, I had spearheaded one of the biggest startup event in India from ICAI. It was called Startup Sphere, and it's been telecasted in Zee Business Awards as well. We had around 150 unicorn founders, speakers who were delivering how to model, what are the activities, how do you take up your startups to the next level. And of course, definitely with the help of Startup India, iHub, and most of the startup agencies, we have already taken this very seriously, and ICAI itself has a committee called Startup. So this program is happening today across India on this International MSME and Startup Day. So this is the spearheading which ICAI has taken up very seriously. Of course, in one of that session, we had Aman Gupta, the founder of board. He did say the burn rate. He himself is a chartered accountant. When he said he had a startup, he said, I didn't understand what the burn rate was, we only understand what the earn rate is. So that is what I immediately recollected when we said that. Of course, the modality is changing and the startup is changing, and we have a specialized courses for the startups as well. So as you said, in the startup sphere, we had only people who are interested in startups, and the valuation mechanism, the framework of getting the share capital, and of course you are well aware now the angel tax has been also abolished. So the government of India has given a very high priority for the startup sector as well. And with respect to, of course, I know the practice has changed as well, and the startup dynamics have changed. Probably as a chartered accountant, if I go there, go in this attire, even the startups are really scared. So they would like to work in a very different environment, and the value systems have changed across the startups as well. I think you are very well aware, India is also eyed as a startup hub, and most of the ideas come from very youngsters and who are there, but who are not, who are very great in ideas, but who don't know the values of how the corporate governance works in India. So that's also one of the key factors. I think probably your inputs to the Ministry of Corporate Affairs will make a very big impact on this. And governance is what we are also looking at it. And as you said, definitely the penalties clauses for the companies which needs to be closed is pretty high. So the awareness of startup we have always been given, and unfortunately the Ministry of Corporate Affairs doesn't differentiate when a company comes in the startup phase or this. So the governance becomes very critical in these startups. And I think the latest data also said how many most of the companies are incompliant. What happens is the great idea, the startup starts with a great idea, but they will not be able to run for a longer time. And probably some startups ideas which are very great are not very ahead of time. Probably pre-COVID, if you had thought of something which is a crazy idea, probably wouldn't have clicked it also. And the COVID changed the technological space as well, where it gave a birth to a lot of startups where you can sit at home and do the convenience aspect of it. And the ecosystem, the mentality of the people, the acceptance was also in a changing dynamics. So with this, I think, I mean, definitely, I would like to thank you for gracing this occasion, and we would like to partner with you for more such events. And we are, as we all chartered accountants, we are considered as a partners in nation building. Definitely we will help the startups, and I think any CAs who are there, they're always ready to work with their clients irrespective of the startup or the bigger entity. With this, thank you, sir. Thank you once again, and definitely we had a lovely audience. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the panel discussion on role of CA and opportunities in MSME by CA Venkatanath sir and SS Nayak sir. Now we call CA Venkatanath sir and SS Nayak sir to the dais. The panel discussion is on funding options for MSMEs and role of CA and opportunities in MSME sector by CA SS Nayak sir and CA Venkatanath sir. On behalf of SIRC, we welcome you both, sir.
Thank you. It's a memorable day for me personally. As a student, I was sitting there for many years, and today I'm here, a rare opportunity. I thank organizers for this chance, and more fortunate that I'm sharing the dais with Nayak Saab. Friends, the role of chartered accountants, the benefits that MSME people need to really exploit the talent of the chartered accountants. And Nayak sir was adding about the funding part of it also. It's very important. And Nayak sir has put up a lot of hard work here, so I don't want to rob him of his investment. So I, on my behalf and behalf of all, I request Nayak ji to take over and share his vast experience of spanning over 35 years and more than 50,000 units that he has really dealt with. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Very good afternoon. Yes, because after lunch, I am thankful to our Thiru Shivaraj, our CEO of Startup Tamil Nadu, and morning we had a wonderful session of Thiru Prem Kumar. Let us give a big round of applause to both of them, because Tamil Nadu government is doing lot of wonderful initiative in the field of MSMEs and startup both. In fact, in Tamil Nadu, women involvement in MSME is the excellent in GDP, increasing the GDP of Tamil Nadu. Let us give a big round of applause to women entrepreneurs also. Before starting about the opportunities in MSME sector, there are some startup entrepreneurs, MSME entrepreneurs also. Let us directly go to funding, because without money nothing will happen. Correct? There is a beautiful saying in Sanskrit. Vittena hinam purusham tyajanti dharascha putrascha savodarascha samvittavantam punareva yanti vittam hi loke purushasya bandhuhu. It is beautifully quoted by Subhashitakara. Vittena hinam purusham tyajanti. If you don't have money, nobody will come to you. Everybody will reject you. Everybody will neglect you. Who all? Dharascha, may it be wife. Putrascha, may it be children. Sahodarascha, may it be your brother, sister or close relatives. Samvittavantam punareva yanti. Suppose once you get lottery udgaya, money you got, or some property you sold, somehow by your adrushta you got some money. Samvittavantam punareva yanti. All are your relatives. Everybody will try to embrace you. He is my cousin, first cousin, second cousin, and everything they will tell the relationship. That's why who is your close relative? Vittam hi loke purushasya bandhuhu. Money is your close relation. Money can make many things, but sometimes money cannot make even many things also. Okay. And one more this quote I would like to say, then I will continue with my, otherwise I will be giving only Subhashitas. When you start an enterprise, before starting our startup incubators, they will support you to stand up. Correct? Once you stand up, when we are child, mother will not take after 5 years, then we have to be independent. Correct, no? Like that here, once you are incubated, once you start commercialization, then your incubator's role is over. Then banker's role will start. Debt funding. Correct? And when you have surplus cash flow, you should not waste money. You should always earmark. Even during production also, buffer stock we call. Why we want buffer stock? We are all aware, just 2-3 days back only that war ended. Before that, lot of turmoil across the globe because of Israel and Iran. All countries were dependent on that Hormuz. Correct, no? So, if they close that, that will be very difficult. That's why we should, when we have excess cash flow, we should preserve it also, and how to preserve also I will tell. So, that's why it is beautifully said in Sanskrit. Kshanashaha kadashaschaiva vidyam artancha sadayet kshanathyage kuto vidya kanatyage kuto dhanam. Arthat kshanashaha kadashaschaiva. If you have the goal of learning, you should not waste a single minute. Kshana, single second in fact. Kanashaschaiva. If your goal is to become wealthy, you should not waste money. Even 1 rupee you should not waste. Kshanashaha kanashaschaiva vidyam artancha sadayet. Kshanatyaage kuto vidya. If you waste money, you cannot learn. Kanatyage kuto dhanam. If you waste money, you cannot become wealthy. With this small note, I would like to start. What are all the facilities? So basically, there are Panchashilas for MSMEs. That is 5 pillars. What are those 5 pillars of MSMEs? It is connected, slide. Then you have to connect from there. No, you can connect from there. Now slide is not necessary for me, but they have to see, no? Given, huh? Not connected, huh? You can connect from there. So, there are Panchashilas or 5 pillars in running any unit, that is MSME especially. That is money, materials, machines, manpower, market. These are the 5 pillars of any enterprise or any MSME. So we are not covering other 4 portions. We are covering only money. Everybody wants money, no? Especially when entrepreneurs go to bank, they always see from doubt angle. Bankers don't feel bad. Huh? They will see from doubt angle. If you go for housing loan and car loan, they will welcome you with red carpet. Okay. If you go for MSME loan, 90% of the bankers, especially frontline, that branch managers, they don't understand funding of MSMEs. Right? See, basically, finance, where is it? Okay. So this is money. As I told, there are 2 types. One is equity, another is debt. Equity, owner's equity, quasi-equity. Quasi-equity means now frontline subsidy you are getting, then grants, all these are part of equity because you need not have to repay. It may be from central, it may be from state. Then others, that is debt. In debt funding, long term and short term. Long term is for acquisition of fixed assets, short term is for working capital. Okay, next slide. See, these are the funding, these are the funding options. There are many more options. These are the options available at present in MSME sector. Of course, other than that, many more other slides, other schemes are also there. Just quick we can go. CDB Smile scheme. What is the Smile scheme? Smile scheme means this is Make in India loan for enterprises. CDB Make in India loan for enterprises, that is Smile. See, normally what happens, especially first generation entrepreneur, you have idea. Everything else is there. You want to start the business. Suppose the cost of the project is 1 crore. Okay? What should be your margin? 25% margin, bankers will insist. That means you should have 25 lakhs. 75 lakhs bank will fund if you have 25 lakhs. Okay. plus you should have collateral. Okay, normal I am telling, otherwise third party guarantee, all these issues will come. After all these things also, then they will doubt again whether you are competent to do so much production, what is your installed capacity, then what is your market, and whether you will realize the money on time. If you tell that we are getting order from the government, many government now they are starved with the funds, now government department they left, we can speak. So many government, they are starved with funds because of lot of these freebies. Correct? Now for developmental thing they don't have money. So even if government contract, if you get, then banker will tell, what is the guarantee that within 3 months they will pay your money, bills. Because normally bills receivable, up to 3 months they, book debts limit. You are all aware what is book debts or bills receivable. Normally 90 days time they give. It can be extended also. So they have some benchmark. So as per the benchmark and rules and regulations and circulars of the bank, whether a unit can function. Unit cannot function as per the circular of the bank. Unit has its own way of functioning. Each unit has got its own plus points and minus points. Each unit has got its own cash flow. If you have debtors outstanding more than 6 months, whether bank will fund, no. But many contractors, if you have bill, government will pay sometimes at the end of the year, after 1 year also. From where you will fund? This question will arise. Because bankers after 90 days they will be outside the purview of this. Okay, these are all the issues. And when the new generation entrepreneurs, last 15-20 minutes I will keep for Q&A session, because this lecture since morning you are tired of, correct, no? Any question you can ask, we will answer. Either I will tell yes, otherwise no, don't worry. Okay, so for any answer there will not be any consultancy charge, it is free. And my mail ID, number, everything given, even after that also you share, we will be, I am free to this. Because I am practicing in MSME sector only for the last 37 years. So that is my experience, and I have done more than 50,000 units projects all over India, even in abroad in 5 countries. So that experience, and almost all the bank schemes I am well aware, and how bankers act, everything I will tell you, don't worry about it. Okay. So here, new generation entrepreneurs, they cannot bring in 25% margin. Then SIDBI has got one scheme called Smile, wherein promoter can bring in only 15%. 10% that gap, equity gap, that will be funded as like a seed funding scheme, repayable up to 10 years with 18 months to depending on this moratorium. So maximum, see these are all the criteria. So see term loan and working capital both from 10 lakhs to, sorry, this 59 minutes we have come to. Now 20 lakhs for existing and 50 lakhs for new enterprises. Okay, 10 years repayment, 18 months this. But this is treated as quasi capital. But one thing is there, this is budgetary scheme. What is this budgetary scheme? Because one of the programs which I conducted in Bengaluru, then SIDBI GM was with me. Then I asked whether Smile scheme is there in December. No sir, this year's budget is exhausted. Then we have to see in April. Then I told until April you cannot smile. Correct, no? So now also this budget has not been released this year. Now you can't smile. Once that scheme comes, after that only you can smile. It is available for both new generation entrepreneurs, new entrepreneurs, as well as existing enterprises undertaking expansion to take advantage of new emerging opportunities, undertaking modernization, technology upgradation, or other projects growing their business. For these purposes they will cover. Almost all they will cover. This is smile scheme. Okay, now you can't smile. Okay, before going to 59 minutes, we will have most popular scheme I can bring now. Because many sessions, definition of MSME, only people spoil their time. Because all know what is MSME. This one beautiful scheme. Union Bank of India, all are aware? We should give a big round of applause to Union Bank of India. They have not put the stall here, but still we have to give a big round of applause because women empowerment, we should learn from them. Up to 1 crore, women entrepreneurs or women-led entrepreneurs. Only 5% margin. If you have 5 lakhs, you can get 95 lakhs loan. If you have 5 lakhs, you can get 95 lakhs loan. Up to 10 crores, margin is only 15%. How much margin? 15%. 85% will be funded by bank, both term loan and working capital. That is Nari Shakti scheme. Our Shakti is Nari Shakti. Then only women can do? No, men can also join. This Nari Shakti scheme, women and women-led, I told. 51% women. Suppose you want to do the business, wife 51% partner, husband 49% partner. Okay, then it is women-led enterprise. Then also you will get under this scheme. Correct, no? Then not paper. See, I will tell you. 51% woman and 49% man is also okay. Because the word woman includes man, correct, no? W-O-M-A-N. Word woman includes man. So, men can also do. See, theory everybody knows. Practical also you should know. If you want to make the business with 5% margin, what you have to do? Chinna, I will make you managing partner. I will be the partner. All checkbook you sign. Like that you make them, woo them. So, then you can get 1 crore just with the 5%. 5% also you don't have, what you will do? 5 lakhs you don't have, what you will do? Can anybody get an idea? I don't teach any illegal or anything violation of the norms. All legal things we speak here. No, if you have gold, you take 6 lakh gold you keep or 7 lakh gold you keep, 5 lakhs gold loan you take. That 5 lakhs will be the margin. Then 1 crore loan. Whether you have to have margin then to do the business? Whether you have to have the margin? No. Up to 10 crores, only 15% margin. How is the scheme? Good or very good? If it is good, you have to clap, no? Okay. I will keep question and answer session. Any questions will be answered, don't worry. Either yes or no. No consultancy charge.
No, he is complimenting you, sir.
Huh?
He is complimenting you.
Okay, thank you.
Seniors also don't tell that.
This is the most flagship scheme across the globe. This is the most flagship scheme across the globe. Let us give a big round of applause for Nirmala Sitharaman, a woman of Tamil Nadu, being the finance minister and enhancing that 25 lakhs limit to 50 lakhs in manufacturing and enhancing 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs in trade and service sector. See, women in Tamil Nadu, they are always forerunners. That's why I say. Correct, no? Okay. Under this PMEGP scheme, earlier it was 25 lakhs. It has been enhanced to 50 lakhs in case of manufacturing only. And traders and service enterprises up to 20 lakhs. Remember, if a newly passed chartered accountant newly qualified doctor, newly qualified lawyer, or any consultant, if they want to start the office, up to 20 lakhs loan they can avail under PME-GP with 5 lakhs subsidy. How much? So here not only loan they give, they will give subsidy also. Like in some function when you go, Bhojanam, then Dakshinam, both. Correct, no? Here Bhojanam also they are giving, then Dakshinam also you will get subsidy also. So how much subsidy? How? I will tell you. See, this is the, I have written one module in project financing for ICAI, entire all over India, that project financing module, one syllabus I have written. Here, there are two kinds of entrepreneurs. There are two kinds of entrepreneurs, general, special. Who are general? General are those who are not special. Okay? Then who is special? Not, no, you can't tell, not that. Special entrepreneur means SC/ST entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs, OBC, ex-serviceman, physically challenged. I told I don't want slide, but you want to see, no, that's why slides are there. Okay? Correct, no? Anything missing? No, no. And remaining small thing which is not applicable you will miss. Who are all special entrepreneurs? Women, SC/ST entrepreneurs, OBC, ex-serviceman, physically challenged. Okay? Here, there are categorized into two, urban, rural. If you take the loan limit is same, manufacturing 50 lakhs, traders and service enterprises 20 lakhs. If you do in urban area, subsidy for general entrepreneur 15%, special entrepreneurs 25%. If you do in rural area, general entrepreneurs 25%, special entrepreneurs 35%. Is it not a fantastic scheme? And no collateral. Okay. So 50 lakhs, 20 lakhs. Okay, you are already taken one dose money from government. You got subsidy. You know subsidy they will not give you. It will be deposited as a fixed deposit in the bank, and on that fixed deposit they don't give you any interest. To the extent of FD, they don't charge interest on your loan also. On the successful completion of 3 years, that deposit will be adjusted for the loan. Once these 3 years gets completed, then earlier that complaint was there. Until the closure of this loan, you could not do expansion, you could not grow. Now they have introduced second dose of financial assistance. What is this second dose? Once you complete 3 years, up to 1 crore they will fund. And in such case, only 15% subsidy. Subsidy 15%, margin 10%. This subsidy is uniform for all. That is for manufacturing. For service and traders, it is enhanced to 25 lakhs. That they have to revise to at least 50 lakhs. That is less. Clear, no? This is first dose, second dose. Both the dose we took. Correct, no? Okay. Next. Another beautiful scheme I will tell you. PMFME. What is PMFME? Prime Minister's Formalization of Micro Food Processing Enterprise. PMFME scheme. Under this scheme, only micro enterprises all are aware, no? Investment up to 1.5 crore, turnover up to 7.5 crore now as per the new definition with effect from 1st April 2025. This traditionally, these all women or household, they used to prepare happalam, different food items. They just sell in some streets or some this. For them to make it better presentable, they may require beautiful packing machinery. They may require to this mechanizing, making more hygienic, manufacturing in a good hygienic environment, machineries and equipments, and other fixed assets connected. They can take loan under this PMFME scheme. This is available, PMEGP is available only for green field. That means only for new entrepreneurs. This can be done either for new or existing enterprise can undertake expansion. In that case, there is a subsidy of 35%, but subject to a maximum of 10 lakhs from central. But some state government, they add to it. For example, in Karnataka, 35% central, 15% state. What is the total subsidy in Karnataka? 50%. Mind-boggling, no? Can anybody imagine? That means government here 10 lakhs, there 5 lakhs. That means 30 lakhs. 15 lakhs subsidy they can get. Suppose the project cost exceeds up to 1 crore you can go. Margin is only 10%. Remaining bank can fund under normal scheme. But subsidy will not be there. Subsidy maximum so much. Even if it exceeds, subsidy will come but restricted to 10 lakhs. Plus working capital, bank can fund. Very clear? Yes. Let us come to CGT MSc. Mudra and all are aware. Whether I need to tell Shishu, Kishore, Tarun, everywhere they take same tape recorder. Correct, no? Okay. CGT MSc. That is Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises. Whether medium scale industries are eligible under this? Medium enterprises? No. Micro and small enterprises. What is the micro and small? Small definition, investment in plant and machinery up to 15 crores and turnover up to 250 crores. Correct, no? So here, not 250 crore, 75, 50 to 75, okay. CGT MSc. Earlier when it started, it was for up to 1 crore without collateral, then 2 crore, then 5 crore. Now in the last budget, the limit has been enhanced up to 10 crore without collateral. What is this without collateral? It is just like insurance for your loan. If any default in loan, insurance company, if any problem happens, car insurance, what happens? Life insurance, what happens? Insurance company will compensate. This Credit Guarantee Trust is nothing but insurance company for insuring your loans. If anything goes wrong, company will compensate. But not full, it depends. Micro how much, small how much, it is there. Ranging from 50% up to 100%, not 100%, up to 90% they cover under CGT MSc scheme. Okay. Who has to bear the premium? Your car premium, who will bear? Like that, your premium you have to bear. But one beauty in this is, earlier retail trade, wholesale trade was not covered. Now, retail trade, wholesale trade, educational institution, coaching classes, almost all, transport operators, term loan, working capital, everything is covered under CGT MSc scheme. Okay? That means up to 10 crore without collateral. Jameen bhi nahi chahiye, jameen bhi nahi chahiye. No guarantor, no property, nothing. Only on insurance. Bankers are giving. We will come to practical later. Now only theory I am talking. Okay? Theory. Okay? Next. Then I will come. So who will all see? All banks, scheduled banks, regional rural banks, and many NBFCs, they are also part of this CGTMSE scheme. Okay. Now, guarantee commission, it was as high as 3% earlier. It was too much burden. Banks processing fees, again this CGTMSE fees, then again they for risk premium, when you take loan under CGTMSE, little bit rate of interest also they will increase, bankers. All the triple dhamaka, not dhamaka, dhakka. You used to have triple dhakka. But now CGT MSE charges have been reduced to a great extent. We should give a big round of applause to really the central government for taking such an initiative to empower this MSME sector. And even startups, you are aware, up to 20 crores without collateral. That also startup, also there is this credit guarantee scheme for startups, it is there. Okay. So, there also this advantage is there. Next. What is this hybrid? Nowadays, hybrid is very popular. If you go to the market, some fruits sizes are now big, it like a you know the hybrid. Here hybrid means, suppose, example, now up to 10 crore it is there. Suppose your project cost is 15 crore. Okay, margin, after margin, funding requirement is 15 crore, 10 crore term loan, 5 crore working capital. CGTMSE is only up to 10 crore, 5 crore what you will do? In that case, 10 crore you can cover under CGTMSE, 5 crore you can cover under property. Suppose your property value is 8 crore, then 8 crore first you can cover under property. Remaining only you can cover under CGTMSE, because CGTMSE fees will reduce. Property, even 8 crore, if you take 1 crore loan also, entire property will be with the bank only. Correct, no? And in such case, paripassu charge will be there for CGTMSE also. Okay. Even if your loan is closed under hybrid scheme, suppose you close that loan under this hybrid security, remaining CGTMSE, they will have paripassu. In case default also, that property they have paripassu charge. That is that. Another idea you can do, term loan you can cover under CGTMSE, working capital you can cover under this also. Then what happens, if you use this intelligence, only working capital, your CGTMSE fees will be restricted only on working capital. Correct? Now, like this you can play all this. This is hybrid security scheme. Clear? Are you aware of Atal Incubation Center? That is central government. They have introduced the Atal Incubation Center in 69 centers all over India. They are mentoring, nurturing, hand-holding, supporting startups up to scale up or commercialization. So, each Atal Incubation Center, government has given 10 crore grant and they are doing mentoring people. Even many chartered accountants, they are doing mentorship. I am also mentor for Atal Incubation Center, NITTE in Karnataka. So, they are providing seed funding assistance. Whatever seed funding, fund of funds, that 10,000 crores is earmarked, that will be distributed through these Atal Incubation Centers. Up to 50 lakhs seed funding also available. Okay. Now let us come to 59 minutes. Okay. You have to tell me at what time my session should end. 4 o'clock. But my time 10 minutes is encouraged earlier. I will go up to 4:10, not 4:20. Okay. 4:20 is very bad. 4:10. My 10 minutes is encouraged in earlier session. Correct, no? Now, if you don't want to close any time, no problem. Stand Up India scheme. Who can stand up? Only women can stand up. Or SC/ST entrepreneur can stand up. Can men stand up? No. Men cannot stand up. If they want to stand up, they should stand up along with women. Along with women, they can stand up. Here same kahani, twin. 51% women, 49% men. Under this scheme up to 1 crore for greenfield ventures. Greenfield ventures means manufacturing, servicing, service sector, as well as trading. All the 3 sectors, both term loan and working capital, okay, with 15% margin. Clear? With the 15% margin. That Stand Up India scheme, they can take loan. Here, if they want to take overdraft limit, you know the difference between OD and CC? CC means it is backed by stock statement, booked statement. Okay. Overdraft means some cases cash budget method. For example, software, education institution. You don't have stock booked, then how you can fund cash budget method. That working capital calculation, that only one session we have to keep. Okay. There are 5 methods of calculating working capital. Okay. So, here 10 lakhs they can take by way of overdraft. In excess of 10 lakhs, it will be CC. Okay, and term loan. Here also it can be covered under credit guarantee scheme. Clear? Now the same has been enhanced in this budget. They have not told that it is Stand Up India scheme is revised. In the last budget 2025, up to 2 crore women entrepreneur and SC/ST entrepreneurs, they have increased this outlay to 2 crores instead of 1 crore. I think it is Stand Up India only revision, that scheme detail yet to receive. Okay. Then this PM Vishwakarma scheme, that is under 18 sectors, all traditional specified trade, they want to revive. Okay. Here up to 3 lakhs they can fund. In this 3 lakh, 1 lakh in first tranche, 2 lakh in next tranche. In 2 tranches they will give. Rate of interest is only 5% rate of interest. This is PM Vishwakarma scheme. Then PM Swanidhi scheme, that is street vendors. They take all from money lenders normally. 5%, 10% per month and much more. Now such people need not have to go to money lenders, they can go to bank, and if they go to bank under PM Swanidhi scheme, first tranche 10,000 installment in 1 year, later on it will be 20,000. If they promptly pay, it will be enhanced to 50,000. It is 7% interest subsidy plus. If they adopt Google Pay, all these things, now everybody is adopting, even Shenga also, they will have Google Pay, 10 rupees and all. So that 1,200 rupees annually they are incentivized also. Okay. Next, this is the budget I already told, up to 2 crore. Then this is the another scheme, up to 100 crores for purchase of machinery without collateral. Bank will fund. Oh my God, 100 crore without collateral. Can you imagine? Whether they give? Definitely will give, because 100 crore will be given to whom? Not layman. Big people they give immediately, there is no problem. Okay. Mutual credit guarantee scheme for MSME, that is MCGS MSME scheme. 75%, 8 years repayment with the 2-year moratorium, up to 50 crore, above 50 crore, whatever it is left to them. But upfront fees of 5% they have to pay. Upfront fees of 5%. That is 5 years CGTMSE charges should be paid in the beginning itself. Okay. Here one question will arise. If it is 100 crore machinery, whether it is a MSME, on the date of application, if it is MSME as per Udyam Aadhar, they can apply for this. Okay. Because these for MSMEs to grow. Otherwise, many people, I am going outside the bracket of MSME, why I should increase my turnover, and they will restrict. So this is to grow only. Okay. Now lot of schemes of SIDBI. SIDBI schemes are there. This is not only SIDBI, other banks also. There is a gift scheme. Gift scheme means here 2% interest subvention for adopting solar, in waste management, renewable energy, clean transport, all green. Okay. Up to 2 crore they will fund, and with the 2% interest subvention. SIDBI is taking liberal view for this. Then machinery finance in SIDBI, they have one express scheme. Within 1 hour loan will be sanctioned. How much? Within? SIDBI is not bothered about collateral. If your behavior, your balance sheet, everything is good, they are not at all bothered about collateral. Without collateral, they fund. Okay. And rate of interest is also less. Then another scheme is that speed. This is express, that is speed. Okay. So here also lot of schemes are there. Then more scheme. Ye dil mange more. Okay. So this is also assisted modernization, renovation of hotels, restaurant and all. Here up to 8 years they give loan, repayment 12 months. But one thing you remember, Central Bank of India is giving under CENT scheme, CENT, up to 20 years repayment, loan for hotels. Okay. That is Arjana scheme for, again for women. Okay. So lot of concessions are there. Up to 3 crore financing, 80% of the project cost they will give, and new units 75%. Okay. And some concession in processing fees, women. Then edge scheme, this is again the DG sets, because you have seen in the morning how many times power cut was there. Okay. So that's why generator to buy up to 3 crore they will fund. Then this scheme they have now, for the timing it is under pause. CLCSS, whenever you buy any machinery, 15% of the cost of the machinery, automatically SIDBI used to give to subsidy, subject to a maximum of 15 lakhs. For the timing it is not there. Whether they will continue or not, I don't know. Okay. Then lot of other schemes. Now I think I will end these schemes now, because there are many professional opportunities in MSME sector. Next slide, where it is? Where? Oh, this we will come. This is the main burning issue now for all. Civil. Civil is the, like a Deva, not Bhagwan. Deva means you know, no? That is the problem. If your civil is less than 700, they will not look at you. Above 700, they will just smile. Above 750, they will offer you tea, cup of tea. Above 800, they will come to your home. Okay. They will give loan, those who don't require loan. Okay. So, CIBIL, there are two types. One individual CIBIL, another is CMR CIBIL. That is for units. CMR CIBIL, normally you have to maintain within 5. Above 5, it is not acceptable, normally bankers. Okay. NSIC, they have already taken. They are Purohitas for boys side and girls side. NSIC. It is a government department only, but when they work now, they don't look like government department. Really, they are doing wonderful work. National Small Industries Corporation. If you register with them, what are the advantages? They have already told. I don't want to cover again. Okay. TREDS scheme. Now above 500 crore it was there. Now they have reduced in last budget above 250 crore. Okay. Bills discounting. You know about Champion Portal? Are you aware about Champion Portal? There is for MSMEs one portal called Champion Portal. If MSMEs wants to become champions, they have to see the champion portal. These are all the issues they will address, all these things are there. Latest schemes, everything you will get. GEM, you know, no? Government e-marketplace, that they might have explained. Correct, no? Section 43B, income tax, all are aware, I don't want to take this. Okay. PM Samadhan scheme, then Sambandh portal. Lot of portals are there. If you go to those portals, you will get a public procurement policy for MSMEs. These many MSMEs should be aware. 25% of government departments, PSUs, they should procure from MSMEs. Out of that 25%, minimum 4% from SC/ST owned units and 3% from women owned enterprises. Okay. So that is the advantage under public procurement policies. So ratios applicable. What is the ideal ratio in balance sheet? Current ratio 1.33, 1.25 acceptable, 1 to 1.25 okay, less than 1 gone case. Okay. Then TOL by TNW, total outside liabilities by tangible net worth, up to 4 is okay, up to 4.5 little bit caution, about 4.5 not good. Okay. Next, debt equity ratio, big projects 2:1, MSMEs 3:1, in some cases up to 4:1 is also okay. Inventory turnover ratio, GP ratio, debt service coverage ratio, normally minimum 1.5 DSCR, up to 2, above 2 is also very good, but if you make above 2 and all, they will reduce the repayment period because cash flow is more. In case of infrastructure project, that DSCR 1.25 is also okay. Okay. See, when any customer comes to you, you have to fill up this project profile, chartered accountant. Okay, it is like a horoscope of an entrepreneur. All kundali to match, all you have to ask. Okay, these are the details you have to take. Then you have to elaborate and make a project report. Working capital assessment, how to do, this is also there. Then net worth statement, how the working capital limits are assessed under MSME. Turnover method, MPBF method, cash budget method, operating cycle method, drawing power method. Net worth statement certification, you know, no? Don't certify without taking any proof. Tomorrow you will be in trouble. Okay. Preparing business profile of entrepreneurs, that is one of the core area now. Okay, that you can do. Then this is new industrial policy. Each state has got their own policy. I don't want to cover this. Then what are the 6 qualities of an entrepreneur? In order to be successful, you should have 6 qualities. What are they? Udyamam sahasam dhairyam buddhihi shaktihi parakramaha shadete atra vartante tatra daiva sahayakat. That means udyamam, you should be industrious, sahasam, courageous, dhairyam, valor, buddhihi, intelligence, knowledge in the particular subject, shaktihi, power to execute, parakramaha. Okay, if you possess these qualities, then only you will be a successful entrepreneur. Okay. Passion moves mountains. Correct, no? Passion moves mountains. That means there is one quote in my book, it is there. I will not rest until I am the best. Okay, once I am the best, I will see what is next. Okay, I will text that. Okay. So this उद्यमेन हि सिद्ध्यन्ति कार्याणि न मनोरथैः नयि सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य प्रविशन्ति मुखे मृगाः. That means, what is manoratha? Desire. If you express your desire, you cannot achieve your goal. Desire changes nothing, decision changes something, dedication changes everything. That is the gist of this. Okay? Then, what is entrepreneurship? In Chanakya Niti, it is explained. What is entrepreneurship? Can anybody say what is in one sentence? What is entrepreneurship? Entrepreneurship is nothing but converting your dreams into reality. It excludes reality. What is reality? Real estate. Okay? Other than real estate, everything covered under MSME, no? Converting your dreams into reality except reality. Okay? What's in Chanakya Niti, how entrepreneurship should be there? You cannot be a normal person. Extraordinary and extraordinary. What is add? Extra. Correct, no? Pushpe gandham tile tailam kaste agnim payasi gratam ikshau gudam tatha dehe pasyatmanum vivekataha. What is this? Pushpe gandham, extracting fragrance from the flower. Tile tailam, extracting ginjili oil from the ginjili. Kaste agnim, from firewood to fire. Payasi gratam, from milk to ghee. Ikshav gudam, from sugar cane to sugar. To tell it is easy. Is it easy to extract sugar from sugar cane? It requires extra effort. Tata dehe pasyatmanam vivekata. That means knowledge and wisdom. If you have knowledge, application of knowledge is the wisdom, then only you can accomplish and be the successful entrepreneur. Okay? So there are many such things I don't want to cover. Now 10 minutes, question and answer, then we will. Who? He is a Chanakya of Mangalore. Yes, any questions? You can give on mic if anybody want to ask questions. Please, quick. I have not covered many because this funding and opportunities, there are two sessions. Yes, yes. Okay. If not there, then you can come outside. No charge. Okay.
Sir, I am Professor Ramanan from Vellore Institute of Technology, Professor of Practice in Finance.
Okay.
An excellent speech. I have heard many speeches by so many distinguished personalities.
Nobody has clapped. What to do? Thank you, sir.
An excellent speech covering in a very short time all the features. By the way, I was a general manager of SIDBI.
Okay.
So I highlighted my parent organization's
yes,
scheme so well. But I got two observations. I am the state coordinator for Mudra loan scheme, appointed by Government of India, Ministry of Finance. Particularly in Tamil Nadu, most of the banks are telling they have reached the target. As you rightly mentioned. They reached the target.
Yeah.
Tamil Nadu is number one in availment.
You apply in general scheme now up to 10 lakhs, bankers cannot take collateral as per RBI norms. Up to 10 lakhs, any loan, even if you give collateral, they cannot take.
So,
it is a violation of the norms. If you go for audit, up to 10 lakhs, if the RBI, if the bank takes collateral, you should write. It is a violation of the RBI norms.
Thank you for that.
Don't tell Mudra. Give different name, no? Okay. You want money, correct, no? Forget.
Thank you for your kind advice.
Okay.
Second observation is, I happen to be the CMD of some of the urban cooperative banks in Gujarat.
Okay.
So you said that only the small finance banks are eligible. Now, recently they are made. In Maharashtra and Gujarat, you may be aware that the urban cooperative
banks... Sir, the small finance banks, no, they charge big interest rate.
I know, 21%.
Very dangerous. Instead of that...
Equitas is charging 21%.
Instead of that, big banks only, they will give small loans. You can go to them.
My request is, as from the Institute of Chartered Accountants, you should also include some of the scheduled urban cooperative banks.
Yes.
Like Kalupur Bank. Or
sir, you are from Tamil Nadu?
I am.
When madam comes FM, you can give your memorandum.
We are represented to her. We are represented to her.
She will not listen to you, but at least you give memorandum.
She is from my native place only.
Yes.
So we are also represented.
Thank you, sir. Many are other waiting. Yes. And my mail ID, everything I have given. My name SS Nayak, office @gmail.com. And if you miss my anything, in Google you put CA SS Nayak, all my horoscope will come. Okay? CA SS Nayak, Mangalore if you put, even Mangalore you need not have to put, all over the world. Okay. One
Friends, let me know how many of you are from the MSME side, other than this side. Okay, please. I'll just take one out. Sir was saying, both of them were saying about interest and all, no? Am I clear?
Yes.
5% interest, 7% interest, 24% interest. What do you call this 24% in your language? 2 rupees. Actually, they represent in terms of 1 rupee interest, 2 rupees interest. I would like to add to your wisdom saying that if you say it is 1 rupee interest, it is 12% as per the annualized figure. 2 rupees means 24%. So Dharma Vaddi is about, not Dharmapuri Vaddi, it is Dharma Vaddi. It is say about 2 rupees or 3 rupees, 36%. Most of us borrow from the local characters at 3 rupees interest without proper planning. If you permit me for half a minute, I will just do one small experiment with you, if you permit me.
Yes.
Suppose my friend here wants, I give my friend 10,000 rupees a day, or say 1,000 rupees a day, and I charge 100 rupees interest per day. Okay? So normally the hawkers borrow this. So all the hawkers here, even whether it's Chennai or Delhi, they take 1,000 rupees in the morning, give back 1,100 rupees in the evening. They are abikush, ambikush. Now what is the rate of interest?
No, 10%.
No, not chartered accountant, sir. Let us not confuse them, because we were already confused. No, I just wanted to, just because my target is that I want to make an awareness. Awareness in the sense, the day one how much interest I am going to pay. So you should develop interest in paying the interest. Though in principle it may not be in your interest. Okay, what is the rate of interest, please? 300% Sir was telling 12%, 5%. Okay, not to spend more time, it is annualized figure. 3,600%, sir. 100 rupees in the evening you give, you borrow, then all my friends in the MSME, please don't come to a conclusion. Why all this production headache, I'll just go give it in that Pukade police station area or Poo Bazaar. 100 rupees, 33,600%, sir. That is the rate of interest you are paying. And when I say no, you are surprised. Honestly, you are not aware. But people are paying, and more religiously paying, no NPS with them. Am I clear, sir? No NPS with them. 3,600% interest you are paying, you are not willing to pay the bank 12%. So all I would say is that your repayment mindset should change. That is my humble prayer. Your repayment mindset should change, and don't wait for this EMI to come. Even term loans.
One more thing I want to add. This many see, when you are in beginning, all these nationalized banks and scheduled banks, they will come to your rescue, support. Once you grow, after seeing your balance sheet, all new generation private sector bank will come to you. We will give it 8.5%, 9%. We will add this and all. They will show you all this lollipop and all. So you will fall in fray for them. But once you are in their this net, so then gone case. One thing you should be very careful while changing the banks also. Now and then changing bank is also not a good habit. In one Z business, they did one program called Dare to Dream in 30 cities. In Mangalore city, I was the lead speaker. One person asked, earlier he was with Canara Bank, now he has shifted to some HDFC and all bank. What is your opinion? Now they are not tech savvy, they are like that, like this and all big thing they told. Then I told, I am not talking about any particular bank. I told him very simple, nationalized banks and old scheduled banks are like Indian wife and new generation private sector banks are like Western wife. Okay, even if husband snores, she will give a divorce notice. So that is the thing. You should be careful. It doesn't mean that all are, see, if you are 100% disciplined, private banks are the best. And if you contribute 75%, 25% bank, then private banks are very good. If you put 25% and 75% means, that is my opinion. It doesn't mean that others should not get offended. This is the thing. Any question? Another 5 minutes we will close. No. I would like to stand.
Hi,
stand
sir.
up India scheme you told.
So I think it's an excellent session, very, very valuable. My most favorite session from the morning for sure. So thank you so much. I just had one question. I just had one question about the women schemes which you are mentioning. So I'm working on export and green technology where we export plastic waste to energy machines.
Very nice.
So for this, what kind of subsidy that I can avail or loan I
Say
can?
export, that is packing credit you will get with only 10% margin. Otherwise working capital 25% margin. Export it is 10% margin for packing credit. And bills, export bills 0 margin.
Okay.
There is no margin, one. Then in export also all these MSME whatever schemes are that taken. And for the purpose of definition of MSME turnover, export turnover is also excluded.
Oh.
Then if these banks they don't fund, Exim Bank is there, they are specialized in funding exports. Even the countries where you don't get prime bank LCs,
Yes.
these other banks they don't fund, but Exim Bank case to case they will take a call and they fund. Okay.
For the scalability of this green technology and all, like what option I can avail?
Scalability of green technology, SIDBI has lot of schemes. They will definitely. SIDBI is the best. This in 1990 it is incorporated SIDBI. They have done wonderful. Now in the last budget, not last, previous to that, 32 branches they have planned. Now almost many branches they have opened and they are also craving for business now.
Yes.
SIDBI is the best because their work is only to fund. These other banks, their funding is a part-time job. Full-time collection of FD, cross-selling, insurance, mutual fund, nonsense. Other than banking, everything they do. Correct, no? SIDBI's work is to only fund. Sir, you should give me award because I am praising SIDBI.
Thank you so much, sir. We'll connect. Thank you.
Okay. If anybody has any doubt, my mail ID you take, you call me or you just WhatsApp. When I am free, I will come back and I will answer all. No consultation charges. Okay, next.
Sir, Nayak sir, very good session actually, as everybody mentioned that. I'm also very interested and I learned.
I have covered only this.
I know that, sir.
I have covered only reel,
yes,
not full picture. Picture abhi bhi baki hai, but I can't cover now.
I know that, sir. It's a teaser only, not trailer also.
Okay.
I know that.
Trailer.
So problem for us, all of us.
One second.
One is that awareness of the scheme, what is available in the government sector, center and the state.
Correct.
And now you given that awareness.
Correct.
Now how to knock the door to managers? That is a problem. Now problem is all the managers, all the bank managers.
You are a chartered accountant or MSME?
MSME, sir.
You have to go with the Purohitas only. If you love a girl, straight away if you call I love you means she may slap also, she may embrace also. Both possibilities are there.
Okay.
You go through Purohitas. Chartered accountants are Purohitas for boys side and girls side.
Okay.
They will facilitate. Only Rakshina you have to give.
Yeah, that will do. Definitely, sir. Why not, sir?
And if your Purohitas don't resolve, you tell me, I will resolve.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. I will be calling you.
Yes. Email ID ssnayak office@gmail.com. Nothing personal, only office. Okay, ssnayak office@gmail. It is there. It is, we are sitting here, no? That's why you can't. Okay, next.
Hello, sir. Good evening. I am Krishnamurthy from Ooty.
Mama?
From Ooty.
Okay, very nice place.
I am guiding a women's college in Kunnur for its overall development.
Okay.
Most of the students are from socially and economically disadvantaged class.
Okay.
So I am trying to form a company for the students.
Okay. Section 8 company?
Pardon me?
Section 8 company?
Students company. they can do the digital services.
Yeah.
We have
I
grants,
understand, yes.
But whether these schemes are
Yeah. Any company, once it is formed, it is eligible for funding.
No, for the students.
Yeah. Why you are telling students? Students also no problem.
They'll
Above
be
18 years.
No, they'll be the
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Above 18 years, contractable age, there is no problem.
Thank you.
Okay.
Nice.
Thank you, sir. Any more doubt we can ask after the session.
Last question. Last one question. Because they have encouraged my time, no? So, I have not encouraged your time.
Thanks for giving me chance, sir. I'm an employee as 20 years. Now I started a new entrepreneur company. Okay.
You are a job provider, not seeker.
Okay, sir. Thanks for explaining everything for state and central government, new types of...
Any questions?
Yeah, we have questions, sir. We can apply incubators, only 3 incubators. We have a lot of incubators in Tamil Nadu and other states also. But we can apply only 3 incubators in the website.
Correct,
sir.
for seed funding.
Yes, sir.
Correct. Even in 3 incubator, if you don't get fund, means others also you don't get. Okay, that is our thumb rule.
Okay, sir.
But once you commercialize, you can go for debt funding.
Okay, sir.
Okay. Because startups, bank don't understand what is startup. Okay. Because many startup there is a failure cases. That's why they are scared.
Okay.
That's why you are cared by incubators.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you,
Last I want to just tell, if for success of any event, there are 4 people are responsible. Okay. Karta, Karayita Chaiva, Prerakascha, Anumodakaha. Sukrate, Duskrate Chaiva, Chatvaraha, Samabhaginaha. In Draupadi Vastraparana, Duskrata. Sukrata or Duskrata, 4 people are responsible, 4 pillars. Okay. In Draupadi Vastraparana, in Mahabharata, all of you know, no? Okay. Karta, who has taken the sari, drag, who did? Dushyasana. He is responsible, first person. Karayita Chaiva, who told to? Duryodhana. Prerakascha, who inspired? Shakuni, Karna, all those things. Correct, no? Anumodakaha, all those who are in that Sabha. Dhritarashtra, Krapacharya, Dronacharya, Bhisha, all Acharyas, they were there. Correct, no? So 4 people are responsible for Duskratya. For Sukratya, today is a very MSME Mahotsav, that is Sukratya. Karta, who did? All resource persons from the morning. Let us give a big round of applause. They have disseminated their knowledge for MSMEs as well as chartered accountants. Karayita Chaiva, who got it done? SIRC of ICAI under the stewardship of CA Revati, Raghunathan and all our team. Many SIRC people are there. Rekha is here. She is always evergreen. Okay. So, Prerakascha, all sponsors, supporters, so many people are there. Anumodakaha, without viewers or your audience, no program will be successful. That's why Sukrate, Duskrate Chaiva, Chatvaraha, Samabhagina. All these 4 people are Samabhagina. So last, my dear viewers, entrepreneurs, chartered accountants, mentors, startups and MSME entrepreneurs. Are your confusions chronic? Do not panic. This is SIRC of ICAI MSME Clinic. We are presenting you MSME Mahotsav Tonic. I am CASS NAYAK. This is the starting slogan. I am conducting TV show called Business Tonic. In Karnataka only, in TV channel. If you go to Business Tonics, Namma Kudla, 323 episodes I have completed so far. Only for the last 6.5 years. You tell any topic, it is covered. Most of in Kannada, because the channel is Kannada. Some are in English also. And Business Tonic, giving tonic to business people. Okay. I should thank SIRC of ICAI for giving me the opportunity to share my views with you. Thank you very much. Let me all thank our MSME entrepreneurs. So I would like to see always twinkle in your eyes, not wrinkle on your faces. Wish you Happy MSME International MSME Day 2025. Thank you.
Thank you for your very insightful session, sir. Now I request CA Rekha Umashiv, ma'am, Regional Council member, to give the memento to our speakers. CA SS Nayak, sir, and CA Venkatraman, sir.
I think, sir, before I give the memento to sir, I think when sir was coming here, when I met sir in the afternoon, I told sir, your punch dialogue book irukka kailan kete. So sir usually has a book where he also have the punch dialogues which he used to say. So I think a reservoir of knowledge, intellect, and a person with ultimate energy. I think hats off you to sir and the very intellectual Venkatanath sir. I think the session could have been I don't think any session will be like that energetic when we have you here. So big round of applause to SS Nayak sir and Venkatanath sir, and much happy and a sense of gratitude from SIRT to have you here, sir.
I will give this plan to CA Venkatanath for bearing me for so much time because I cannot take it. You give him one more. This also.
Dual responsibility.
This money plan. Next year we got money below that. Thank you. I can track thousands of. Ready, sir?
Sangeeta Madam, Deputy Secretary of ICAI, will issue the memento to the speaker. I now request Karthikeyan sir to start the session.
எல்லோருக்கும் வணக்கம். லாஸ்ட் செஷன் நினைக்கிறேன், அதனால் எல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக நிறைய இன்புட்ஸ் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க, ஃபுல்லி லோட் ஆகிருப்பீங்க. பட் இருந்தாலும் வாட் எவர் பாசிபிள் என்ன எவ்வளோ ப்ரிசைஸாக கொடுக்க முடியுமோ நான் சொல்லிடுவேன். நேஷ்னல் ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் கார்ப்பரேஷன், இப்போ மினிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் எம்எஸ்எம்இ இருக்கு இல்லைங்களா, நம்ம எம்எஸ்எம்இ டே செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணுறோம். மினிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் எம்எஸ்எம்இலேயே ஒரு 4-5 இது இருக்குங்க. அண்டர் மினிஸ்ட்ரி ஆஃப் எம்எஸ்எம்இ நீங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க, கேவிஐசி இருக்கும், காதி அண்ட் வில்லேஜ் போர்டு இருக்கும், ப்ளஸ் காயர் போர்டுன்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது, ப்ளஸ் எம்எஸ்எம்இ டிஐன்னு ஒன்று தனியாக இருக்குது, ப்ளஸ் என்எஸ்ஐசி. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு 4-5 கம்பெனி சேர்ந்து தாங்க என்எஸ்ஐசின்றது. சாரி, எம்எஸ்எம்இ மினிஸ்ட்ரி கடையில் 4-5 groups are there, and we also part of form of NSIC. It is a government of India firm. இந்த ஒரு 1955 இந்த கம்பெனி ரன் ஆகிட்டு இருக்குங்க. இதில் நிறைய செவரல் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் விச் பெனிஃபிட்ஸ் எம்எஸ்எம்இ இஸ் தேர். ஸோ ரொம்ப கம்மி பேர் இருக்கனால கண்டிப்பாக உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் இது ரொம்ப பெனிஃபிட்டாக இருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். நீங்கள் ஜஸ்ட் ஹோல்டிங் பேக். இதே வந்து ஆடிட்டர்ஸ்கிட்டையும் நான் எதனா ரெக்வஸ்ட் என்ன பண்ணுறேன்னா, இந்த ஸ்கீம் சம்டைம்ஸ் மோஸ்ட் எனி ஃபண்டிங் ஸ்கீம் ஆர் எனி திங் எம்எஸ்எம்இனா டைரெக்டாக அவங்க ஆடிட்டர்கிட்ட கேட்டு சொல்கிறேன் சார் அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க நம்ம போய் ப்ரீஃப் பண்ணும்போது. சார் அவங்களும் இருந்தாங்கன்னா இது நீங்கள் எதாவது உங்கள் கிளைண்ட்ஸ் கண்டிப்பாக நீங்கள் சொல்லலாம். NSICயோட மெயின் ஆப்ஜெக்ட் இஸ் டு சப்போர்ட் ஸ்மால் ஸ்கேல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ். ப்ரொமோஷன் சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறது நிறைய விதத்தில் பண்ணுறோம். ஒன்றில் ஃபினான்சிங் ஆங்கிளில், ரா மெட்டீரியல் அக்வயர் பண்ணுறதுல, ப்ளஸ் அவங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட் ப்ரொமோட் பண்ணுறதுல இதில் எல்லாத்துலேயும் நாங்கள் பண்ணுறோம். ஒவ்வொன்றா உங்களுக்கு சொல்கிறேன். இதான் எங்களோட மிஷன் 2 தான். வந்து வி ஆர் ஃபாஸ்டரிங் அண்ட் சப்போர்ட்டிங் தி MSMEs ஆஃப் தமிழ்நாடு அண்ட் அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா. ஃபோக்கஸ் ஏரியா பாருங்கன்னா ஆக்சஸ் டு மார்க்கெட். எப்படி ஹவு ஈஸிலி யூ கேன் ஆக்சஸ் மார்க்கெட்டு. எக்ஸிபிஷன் கண்டக்ட் பண்ணுவோம், அதில் சப்சிடி கொடுப்போம். MSME மார்ட்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது, அதில் உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை போட்டு டிஸ்பிளே பண்ணலாம். அது இட் இஸ் அ B2B வெப்சைட்டு. ப்ளஸ் ONDCன்னு ஒரு புது பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் வந்திருக்கு, ஓப்பன் நெட்வொர்க் ஃபார் டிஜிட்டல் காமர்ஸ். அதில் வந்து ஒரு ஸ்டார்ட் அப் இருந்தால், ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் இருந்தால், அதில் எப்படி உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை இது பண்ணலாம். அதுக்கு மினிஸ்ட்ரி வந்து ஒரு 25,000 வரைக்கும் சப்சிடி கொடுக்குறாங்க. அந்த சப்சிடி மூலயமா உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை வந்து ONDC பிளாட்ஃபார்முக்கு எடுத்துகிட்டு போகலாம். சரிங்களா? அதுதான் அந்த ஆக்சஸ் டு மார்க்கெட். ONDC எத்தனை பேர் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்க? யாராவது இது பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா? நீங்கள் ப்ராடக்ட் இது பண்ணியிருக்கீங்களா மேடம்? B2Bங்களா B2Cங்களா மேடம்? ஓஹோ, அது நீங்கள் இப்போ உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஹேண்ட் ஹோல்ட் பண்ணாங்களா மேடம்? ஓகே. இங்கே சர்வீஸ் ப்ரொவைடர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க மேடம், தே வில் டெஃபினெட்லி சப்போர்ட். வேறு எதுவும் ரெக்குவயர்மெண்ட் இருந்தால் சொல்லுங்கள், we can pull people. MSME மார்ட்டில் வந்து இப்போது நீங்கள் உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை வந்து இது பண்ணலாம் மேடம். நாங்கள் ஆப்ஷன் நீங்கள் வந்து இப்போ மைக்ரோ யூனிட்டா ஸ்மால் யூனிட்டா மேடம் உங்களுது? மைக்ரோனா உங்களுக்கு 75% சப்சிடி இருக்கும் மேடம். 1,200 மட்டும் நீங்கள் கட்டுற மாதிரி இருக்கும். கட்டினீங்கன்னா 1 year சப்ஸ்கிரிப்ஷன் கிடைக்கும். ப்ளஸ் அதில் வந்து உங்களை ப்ராடக்ட்லாம் அப்லோட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எல்லாத்துக்குமே அதில் இன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் இருக்கும் மேடம். பண்ணி ஆன்லைனில் பண்ணலாம். ஆனால் வந்து அது டிரான்சாக்ஷனல் வெப்சைட் கிடையாது. நீங்கள் உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை டிஸ்பிளே பண்ணலாம். இந்தியா மார்ட் மாதிரி இருக்குன்னு வச்சுங்களேன். நீங்கள் உங்கள் ப்ராடக்டை பார்க்கலாம், நீங்கள் நிறையா ப்ராடக்ட் சர்ச் பண்ணலாம், நிறையா வெண்டர்ஸ் அதில் இருப்பாங்க, இது பண்ணலாம். இந்த ONDC பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் வந்து டிரான்சாக்ஷனல் வெப்சைட். இப்போ அமேசான் மாதிரி வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். இப்போ ஆக்சஸ் டு ஃபினான்ஸ் வந்து நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறோன்னா, இப்போ பேங்க்ஸில் நிறைய பேர் இருக்காங்க. அந்த மாதிரி பேங்க்ஸ் கூட வி ஹேவ் அன் MOU. நிறையா ஒரு 20 பேங்க்ஸ்க்கு MOU இருக்குது. இப்போ நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் புதுசாக ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணுற நிறுவனம், அவங்களுக்கு ஃபண்டிங் வேணும்னாலும் நம்ம எங்களை அப்ரோச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா நாங்கள் MOU இருக்குது, பேங்க்கில் பேசி வாங்கி கொடுப்போம். பேசினா வி ஹேவ் அன் MOU. அதுக்கு வந்து எதுவும் சார்ஜஸ் எல்லாம் எதுவும் நாங்கள் பண்ணுறதில்ல. ஆஸ் அ மேண்டேட் ஸ்கீம் நாங்கள் பண்ணுறோம். அதே மாதிரி ரா மெட்டீரியல் அக்ரிகேஷன் ப்ளஸ் ஃபண்டிங்கும் அதில் பண்ணுறோம். ரா மெட்டீரியல் அக்ரிகேஷனாக இப்போ நீங்கள் உங்களுக்கு வந்து ஸ்டீல் வேணும்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். இப்போ நீங்கள் ஆசச் ஒரு வெண்டராக போய் நீங்கள் ஸ்டீல் ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணும்போது உங்களோட காஸ்ட் நிஜமாகவே ஹையாக இருக்கும். இப்போ நாங்கள் வந்து அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணும்போது ஒரு 2 lakh டன் 3 lakhs டன்னுக்கு MOU போடுவோம் சைடில். அப்போ வந்து ஒரு டிஸ்கவுண்ட் கொடுப்பாங்க இல்லைங்களா? 2 lakh டன் வாங்குறவங்களுக்கும் 10 tons வாங்குறவங்களுக்கும் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் இருக்குது இல்லைங்களா? அந்த MOU வந்து டிஸ்கவுண்ட்டை வந்து அந்த யூனிட்ஸ்க்கு பாஸ் பண்ணுவோம். அவங்களுக்கு காஸ்ட் எஃபெக்டிவாக மெட்டீரியல் கிடைக்கும். அதில் ஒரு சின்ன ஸ்மால் பேங்க் கேரண்டி வாங்கிட்டு அந்த ஆக்சஸ் டு ஃபினான்ஸ் பண்ணுறோம். ப்ளஸ் ரா மெட்டீரியல் இப்போ உங்களுக்கு தேவையான பேங்க் லோன் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷனும் நாங்கள் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். ஆக்சஸ் டு டெக்னாலஜினா இப்போ நீங்கள் MSME மார்ட்டு ONDC அதே தான். இப்போது இங்கே வந்து 2 விதமாக, ஒன்று வந்து நான் வந்து கமர்ஷியல் டிவிஷன்லேருந்து வந்திருக்கேன் மேடம், நேஷ்னல் ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் கார்பரேஷன். இன்னொன்று வந்து நேஷ்னல் டெக்னிக்கல் சர்வீசஸ்ன்னு இருக்குது. அங்கே வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ நீங்கள் ஒரு லேத்தே வாங்கணும்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, CNC மிஷின் வாங்குறதுக்கு எவ்வளோ லேக் ஆகும் மேடம்? ஒரு 1 crore 2 crore ஆகும் இல்லைங்களா? ஒரு நல்ல CNC ஃபெசிலிட்டியோட மெஷின் வேணும்னா ஒரு அட்லீஸ்ட் ஒரு 2-3 crores ஆகும். A small player will not be able to invest that amount immediately. நாங்கள் என்ன பண்ணுறோம், ஒரு 17 to 20 crores வரைக்கும் மினிஸ்ட்ரியிலேருந்து ஃபண்டிங் வாங்கி இங்கே நம்ம ஈகார்டு தாங்கலில் ஒரு ஃபெசிலிட்டி வச்சுருக்கோம். CNC அந்த மாதிரி எல்லா மிஷின்ஸும் நீங்கள் வந்து விசிட் பண்ணலாம். எங்கள் இந்த மாதிரி பேக்கரி, அதாவது இப்போ பேக்கரி ஐட்டம் இருக்கு இல்லைங்களா, பெரிய பேக்கரி மெஷினரி எல்லாம் வச்சுருக்கோம். அந்த மெஷின்ஸ் எல்லாம் நீங்கள் வந்து யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸ்மால் ரெண்ட் பே பண்ணி. இப்போ ஒரு பெரிய பேக்கரி மெஷினா 20 crores வரைக்கும் அங்கே மெஷின் இருக்குங்க. ஒருத்தர் வந்து 20 crores பெருசாக இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி பெரிய லெவலில் பண்ண முடியாது இல்லைங்களா? அது காமன் ஃபெசிலிட்டி சென்டர் இல்லையா? அந்த 20 crores இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணி அந்த மெஷினரிலாம் அங்கே வச்சுருக்கோம். நீங்கள் அங்கே வந்து விசிட் பண்ணிங்கன்னா என்னென்ன இது இருக்குது நீங்கள் பார்த்து நம்ம என்ன ஃபெசிலிட்டி யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் அப்படின்றத அதை யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாங்க. அட்ரஸ் ஈகார்டு தாங்கல்ல, நீங்கள் மெட்ரோ இறங்கினவுடனே சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெக்னாலஜி பார்க்குன்னு பெரிய இடம், அது ஒரு 10 acres லேண்டு, NSICன்னு இருக்குங்க. ஆமாம், 3D பிரிண்டிங் இருக்குங்க. சரிங்க.
I can use it for my own development of the prototype. அதுக்காக சொல்லி வரும்போது நீங்கள் இல்லை இந்த மாதிரிலாம் நாங்கள் பண்ண மாட்டோம், ஒரு ஒரு குவாண்டம் ஒரு நம்பர் ஆஃப் சர்டன் பீப்புள் அரௌண்ட் 20 to 30 அப்படின்னு வந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு வி வில் ரன் அ கோர்ஸ் லைக் தட். அப்படி இருக்கும்போது தான் வி வில் ப்ரொவைட் சச் கைண்ட் ஆஃப் நாலேஜ் ஷேரிங் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி சொன்னாங்க. அது ஒன்று. இது அப்புறம் எல்ஜி இருக்காங்க இல்லையா சார்,
ஆமாம், எல்ஜி கூட ஒரு டைப் பண்ணி ஒரு ட்ரைனிங் போகிறது
பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்கிற மாதிரி அது மாதிரியும் போனேன். அதுக்கும் வந்து தெர் இஸ் நோ ப்ராப்பர் ரெஸ்பான்ஸ். ஸோ எனக்கு என்ன பண்ணுறதுனே தெரியலன்னா எலக்ட்ரானிக் செக்டரில் ஐ எம் ஒர்க்கிங்.
ஓகே ஓகே மேம்.
ஸோ அந்த இதில் வி ஆர் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் ஒன்லி.
ஓகே ஓகே. வாட் எக்ஸாக்ட்லி நீங்கள் என்ன மேடம் பண்ணுறீங்க?
System, embedded systems like that, we will any product for a different kind of application domain.
இல்லை உங்களுக்கு எங்ககிட்ட இருந்து என்ன அசிஸ்டன்ஸ் எக்ஸாக்டாக எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் பண்ணுறீங்க? ஐ எம் நாட் அ டெக்னிக்கல் பர்சன்.
Okay. I would like to visit the infrastructure facilities available relevant to electronic sector.
Okay.
And அதில் எனக்கு சில இதை வந்து சர்வீஸ் ஐ கேன் அவைல் ஃப்ரம் தேர். ஒரு சின்ன ப்ரோட்டோடைப் டெவலப் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ஐ கேன் ஆக்சஸ் வாட் இஸ் ஆல்ரெடி எக்ஸிஸ்டிங் ஃபெசிலிட்டி இன் என்எஸ்ஐசி. அதை தவிர நான் எனக்கு என்ன ஃபர்தராக பில்ட் பண்ணும் ஆஃப்டர் டேக்கிங் த ப்ரோட்டோடைப். ஒரு சில செக்டரில் ஐ கேன் இன்க்ளூட் மை ஓன் பார்ட். அந்த பார்ட்டுக்கு நான் மெஷினரி ஐ ஹேவ் டு பை இட். ஸோ இந்த இதுக்கு
நீங்கள் ஃபெசிலிட்டி கண்டிப்பாக விசிட் பண்ணலாம் மேம். என்ன
அது இண்டிவிஜுவல்னா பண்ண மாட்டேங்கிறாங்க சார்.
I'll approach, I'll ask my people, ma'am. நான் உனக்கு கேட்டுட்டவங்க ப்ளீஸ் ஷேர் யுவர் நம்பர். ஆக்சுவலி I can take it up with my GM and I can get it.
Thank you sir. I'm Sudha.
Okay ma'am. நீங்கள் நம்பர் என்னோட நம்பர் கடைசியில் ஷேர் பண்ணுறேன்.
Sure. I'll note it down. Thank you sir.
பிஸ்னஸ் அண்ட் ஸ்பேஸ் இன்குபேஷன் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இப்போ சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெக்னாலஜி பார்க் இருக்குது. பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெக்னாலஜி பார்க் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம ஊரில் தான் வந்து 1200 ஸ்கொயர் ஃபீட்லலாம் இருக்காது. ஃபஸ்ட்டு டைம் சென்னையில் நாங்கள் தான் வந்து ஒரு சின்ன பிளேயருக்கெல்லாம் யூஸ் ஆகும் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு சாஃப்ட்வேர் டெக்னாலஜி பார்க்கில் வந்து சின்ன ஸ்பேஸ் மினிமம். இப்போ வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அங்கே இதில் மற்ற சாஃப்ட்வேர் பார்க்கலாம் போனீங்க 5000 ஸ்கொயர் ஃபீட், 6000 ஸ்கொயர் ஃபீட், 15000 ஸ்கொயர் ஃபீட் பெரிய இருக்கும். சின்ன கம்பெனிக்கு சூட்டபிள் ஆகிற மாதிரி நாங்கள் இன்குபேஷன் வந்து இங்கே இல்லைங்க. இன்குபேஷன் வந்து டெல்லி, ஹைதராபாத்லலாம் இருக்குது. ஸ்மால் இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் இப்போ மேடம் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஸ்டார்ட் அப் மாதிரி இருக்காங்கன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஃபெசிலிட்டேட் பண்ணி அவங்க க்ரோ ஆகிற வரைக்கும் அதில் வச்சுருப்பாங்க. அதுக்கப்புறம் ஒன்ஸ் தேர் மெச்சூர்ட் தே கேன் மூவ் அவுட். இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கோஆப்ரேஷன் வந்து இப்போ வந்து வேறு ஊருக்கு போய் எக்ஸிபிஷன் விசிட் பண்ணுறது, வேறு ஊரில் எம்எஸ்எம்இ எப்படி இருக்குது, அங்கேருந்து டெக்னாலஜி எதாவது ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் பண்ணுறது, அந்த மாதிரி எல்லாம் இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் கோஆப்ரேஷன் அதுலேயும் பண்ணுறோம். இப்போது இந்த இது மாறிடுதுன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். இந்த ஈக்குவேஷன் மாறி இருக்கும். அதான் ஸ்மாலாக இருந்தால் 100 crores, மீடியமாக இருந்தால் அந்த இது மாறி இருக்கும். இதில் மார்க்கெட்டிங்கில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஃபஸ்ட்டு எங்கள் இந்த மெயின் ஸ்கீம் வந்து ரா மெட்டீரியல் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன், ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் ஃபார் கவர்மெண்ட் பர்ச்சேஸ், டெண்டர் மார்க்கெட்டிங், மார்க்கெட்டிங் போர்ட்டல், மார்க்கெட்டிங் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ். ரா மெட்டீரியல் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷனில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்ன மாதிரி இப்போது ஸ்டீல், அலுமினியம், ஜிங்க்கு, காப்பர் அந்த மாதிரி மெயினான மெட்டீரியல்லாம் வந்து சின்ன அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி நால்கோ, பால்கோ அந்த மாதிரி இடத்துலேருந்துலாம் வாங்கி நிறைய கம்பெனிஸ்க்கு சப்ளை பண்ணுறாங்க. நிறைய இடத்துல MOU இருக்குது. இப்போ கட் டு சைஸ், இப்போ வந்து செயில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் சைஸ் தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. பிளேட்ஸ் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா கட் பண்ணியெல்லாம் கொடுக்க மாட்டாங்க. செயில் நிறைய வால்யூம்ஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க இல்லைங்களா, அந்த மாதிரி சின்ன கட் டு சைஸ் வேணும்னா இப்போ நீங்கள் எங்களை அப்ரோச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா we have an MOU with local distributors also. ஸோ அவங்கள சர்வ் பண்ண அல்டிமேட்டாக வந்து எண்ட் ஆஃப் த டே MSME பெனிஃபிட் ஆகணுன்றதுக்கு தான் அதை போட்டிருக்கோம். அந்த ரா மெட்டீரியல் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் நிறைய பண்ணுறோம். இப்போ கவர்மெண்ட் சிங்கிள் பாயிண்ட் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனை இப்போ நீங்கள் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட்டில் டெண்டர்ஸ் நிறையா பார்ட்டிசிபேட், இப்போ கவர்மெண்ட்கிட்டே நிறைய ப்ரொக்யூர்மெண்ட் இருக்குது சரிங்களா. நிறைய லட்சம் கோடி அவங்க ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணுறாங்க, த்ரூ ஜெம் ப்ரொக்யூர் பண்ணுறாங்க இல்லைங்களா. இது எங்களோட ஸ்கீம் என்னென்னா, இப்போ ஒருத்தருக்கு திடீர்னு 5 crores ஆர்டர் ப்ளேஸ் பண்ணுன்னா எப்படி கவர்மெண்ட்டு, இப்போ நான் வந்து ஆர்டர் 5 கோடிக்கு ஒருத்தருக்கு ப்ளேஸ் பண்ணுன்னா எந்த விதத்தில் பே பண்ணுங்க, அவரோட கெப்பாசிட்டி தெரியணும் எனக்கு, அவரோட ஸ்ட்ரென்த் என்ன, அவரோட ஃபினான்ஷியல் ஸ்ட்ரென்த் என்ன, யூஸ்வலாக அவரோட மெஷினரி அந்தளவுக்கு கெப்பாசிட்டி இருக்கா, அதெல்லாம் ஒரு அசஸ் பண்ணுவோம். அதுதான் இந்த நான் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணுவோம். ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணும்போது அந்த யூனிட்டை ஃபுல்லாக அசஸ் பண்ணிவிட்டு அவங்களோட கெப்பாசிட்டி என்ன ப்ராடக்ட் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணுறாங்க, ஹவு மச் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் தே கேன் மேனுஃபேக்சர், வாட் இஸ் தேர் டர்ன் ஓவர் அப்படின்னும் போது அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு கெப்பாசிட்டி அசஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணி ஒரு சர்டிஃபிகேட் கொடுப்போம். அந்த சர்டிஃபிகேட்டில் நீங்கள் டெண்டர் எல்லாம் போகும்போது வச்சிங்கன்னா உங்களுக்கு EMD எக்ஸம்ஷன் கிடைக்கும். அப்பார்ட் ஃப்ரம் GM டெண்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம்ஸும் நீங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஜெம்மில் கூட அதை யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஏன்னா தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி அசஸ்மெண்ட் பண்ணி நாங்களே ஒரு டெக்னிக்கல், நாங்கள் வந்து அசஸ் பண்ண மாட்டோம், நாங்களே ஒரு தேர்ட் பார்ட்டி ஹையர் பண்ணி அவங்க மூலயமா அதை அசஸ் பண்ணி அப்புறம் சர்டிஃபிகேஷன் கொடுப்போம். அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு டெண்டருக்கு போகும்போது ரொம்ப ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கும். ஏன்னா இப்போ ஒரு திடீர்னு 5 crores ஆர்டர் வேணும்னா வாட் பேசிஸ் விதவுட், இப்போ MSME எல்லாருமே ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணுறாங்க, உடனே ஆன்லைனில் போகிறாங்க, within few seconds you can register the MSME. பட் ஹவில் யோர் credible உங்களோட credibilityயோ அல்லது உங்களோட ஸ்ட்ரென்த் இப்போ நான் ஆர்டர் ப்ளேஸ் பண்ணிட்டு அப்புறம் நான் வந்து முழிக்க முடியாது, பெரிய தலைவலி ஆகிடும். ஆஸ் அ கவர்மெண்ட் சைட்லேருந்து நான் சொல்கிறேன். அதனால் அவங்க டு அசஸ் தெம் டு நோ வாட் இஸ் த ஸ்ட்ரென்த் ஆஃப் த கம்பெனி, அது கண்டிப்பாக யூஸ்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்குங்க. அந்த ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். அந்த ஃப்ளாக்ஷிப் ஸ்கீம் ரொம்ப வருஷமாக பண்ணிகிட்ருக்கோம். டெண்டர் மார்க்கெட்டிங் இப்போ ஆக்சுவலாக பண்ணுறதில்ல. அதை மார்க்கெட்டிங் போர்ட்டல் நான் சொன்னேன், MSME மார்ட்னு ஒன்று இருக்குங்க. அதில் வந்து நீங்கள் கண்டிப்பாக ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணலாம். MSME யூனிட்ஸாக இருந்தால் மைக்ரோ யூனிட்ஸாக இருந்தால் ரொம்ப பெனிஃபிஷியல், ஸ்மாலாக இருந்தாலும் ரொம்ப பெனிஃபிஷியல் தான். SC/ST என்டர்பிரனர்ஸ் அதில் வராங்கன்னா அவங்களுக்கு 80% சப்சிடி, மைக்ரோ யூனிட்ஸ்க்கு வந்து 75% சப்சிடிங்க. அது நீங்கள் அவைல் பண்ணி யூஸ் பண்ணலாம். அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா நிறைய கம்பெனி இருக்கும். உங்களுக்கு ஏதாவது ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட் சர்ச் பண்ண திடீர்னு மொபைல் கவர் வேணும் அப்படின்னு சர்ச் பண்ணிங்கன்னா யாராவது கண்டிப்பாக மேனுஃபேக்சர் இருப்போம். அதில் நம்ம we can interact and we can get it done. மார்க்கெட்டிங் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நிறைய எக்ஸிபிஷனுக்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறோம் மேடம். அப்போ ஒரு எக்ஸிபிஷன் போடுறாங்கன்னா எக்ஸிபிஷனில் சப்சிடி கொடுப்போம். விமன் என்டர்பிரனர் நீங்கள் 3 பேர் நான் வரிசையில் உட்காந்துருக்கேன்னு சொல்கிறேன். கண்டிப்பாக ஒரு சப்சிடி அதிகமாக இருக்கும். ஃபார் விமன் வி ஹாவ் அ செப்பரேட் ஸ்கீம் எல்லாங்க. கிரெடிட் சப்போர்ட் ஃபார் ரா மெட்டீரியல். இப்போ நீங்கள் சொல்கிறேன் இல்லைங்களா, இப்போ ரா மெட்டீரியல் நான் வந்து சேல்லேருந்து வாங்கி கொடுக்கணும், மற்ற இடத்துலேருந்து வாங்கி கொடுக்கணுன்னா நான் என்ன பண்ணணும், கிரெடிட் சப்போர்ட்னால் நாங்கள் வந்து ஒரு பேங்க் கேரண்டி வாங்கிட்டு, இப்போ பேங்க்கில் வந்து 90 days தான் டைம் கொடுப்பாங்க. நாங்கள் பேங்க் கேரண்டி வாங்கிட்டு மெட்டீரியலாக அவங்களுக்கு சப்ளை பண்ணோம். அவங்க ஒரு 180 days வரைக்கும் டைம் எடுத்துக்கலாம். சம்டைம்ஸ் அவங்களே பில் கொடுத்தாங்கன்னா கூட அந்த மெட்டீரியலுக்கும் நாங்கள் ஹெல்ப் பண்ணுவோம். கிரெடிட் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷன் அண்ட் பேங்க் டைப்னா இப்போ நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி ஒரு 20 பேங்க்ஸ் MOU இருக்குங்க. உங்களுக்கு லோன் எதுவும் தேவை, இப்போது ஆல்ரெடி எக்ஸிஸ்டிங்காக லோன் அவைல் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க, யூ நாட் சாட்டிஸ்ஃபைட் வித் த பேங்க்கு, யூ வாண்ட் டு மூவ் அவுட் ஃப்ரம் தட் பேங்க்னா கூட பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். ஃப்ரெஷ்ஷாக ஸ்டார்ட் அவுட் பண்ணுறதுனாலும் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். ஏன்னா தனியாக ஒரு ஆஃபீஸரே இருக்காங்க லோன் ஃபெசிலிட்டேஷனுக்கு. வில் டெஃபினெட்லி டூட்டுங்க. அது கூட நீங்கள் எதுவும் ஃபெசிலிட்டி வேணும்னா நீங்கள் யூ கேன் யூஸஸ். இந்த டெக்னாலஜி, இந்த ட்ரைனிங்னா மேடம் சொன்ன மாதிரி வி ஹாவ் அ ட்ரைனிங் சென்டர். அங்கே ட்ரைனிங் கொடுப்பாங்க. மெட்டீரியல் டெஸ்டிங்லாம் பண்ணுறோம். ஒவ்வொரு ஊரில் ஒவ்வொரு டெஸ்டிங் இருக்குது. இங்கே வந்து பம்ப் டெஸ்டிங் பண்ணுறாங்க. கேலிப்ரேஷன் அண்ட் பம்ப் டெஸ்டிங் எல்லாம் இங்கே NTCல பண்ணுறாங்க. ப்ளஸ் ஜாப் இருக்குது. நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி இந்த மெஷின்ஸ் எல்லாம் நாங்கள் போட்டு வச்சுருக்கோம். நீங்கள் வந்து அந்த மெஷினை யூஸ் பண்ணி உங்கள் ஜாபை கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் அந்த மாதிரி சொன்ன மாதிரி இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் இங்கே இல்லை, ஹைதராபாத் டெல்லியிலலாம் இன்குபேஷன் சென்டர் இருக்குது. அவங்க புதுசாக பிஸ்னஸ் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணணுன்னா அவங்க நிறையா ப்ரோட்டோடைப் வச்சுருப்பாங்க. அதில் அந்த பிஸ்னஸ் அந்த ஒரு இதை லேர்ன் பண்ணிவிட்டு பேங்க்லேயும் அவங்க சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுவாங்க. நாங்கள் அந்த ஃபெசிலிட்டி யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் ஆஸ் ஐ டோல் வி ஹாவ் அன் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர். இப்போ நிறையா ஊரில் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இருக்குது. அதில் வந்து ஸ்மால் கியூபிக்கல்ஸ் எல்லாம் கட்டி MSMEக்கு எது தேவையோ அந்த மாதிரி பண்ணியிருக்கோம். இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் லெவல்னா இப்போ அதில் வந்து கொஞ்சம் காம்ப்ளிகேஷன் இருக்குது மேடம். முன்னாடி வந்து த்ரூ பேங்க் தானே போகும். அவங்களோட எஸ்க்ரோ அக்கௌண்ட்டுக்கு கட்டணும், அங்கேருந்து ட்ரான்ஸ்ஃபர் ஆகணும். அந்த மாதிரி இருந்தால் கொஞ்சம் பண்ணுறதில்ல. இப்போ நீங்கள் வேறு ஏதாவது த்ரூ ஏஜென்சியில் நீங்கள் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், அந்த ஏஜென்சிக்கு வேணால் வீ கேன் சப்போர்ட். நான் சொன்னதான் அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணுவோம் எல்லா மெட்டீரியலும். அதில் இப்போ அலுமினியம், ஜிங்க்கு, காப்பர் அந்த மாதிரி மெட்டீரியல்லாம் அலுமினியம். புதுசாக ஏதோ மெட்டீரியல் இருக்கக்கூட. இப்போ லெட் ஆசிட், இந்த பேட்டரி மேனுஃபேக்சரிங் கம்பெனிக்கு லெட் ஆசிட்க்கு லெட் ஆஸ் மேனுஃபேக்சர் கூட ஒரு டைப் போட்டிருக்கோம். அந்த மாதிரி கூட நீங்கள் வாங்கலாம், லெட் ஆசிட் கூட வாங்கலாம். இப்போ இதில் என்னென்னா பல்க் டீலர்ஸாக இருந்தால் நீங்கள் டீலர் இருக்கும்போது டீலர் கண்டிப்பாக ஒரு பர்சன்டேஜ் சார்ஜ் பண்ணி தான் பண்ணுவார். கிரெடிட்டில் வாங்குறீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பாக 5% வச்சு தான் கொடுப்பாரு. கிராஷ் பர்ச்சேஸாக இருந்தால் ஒரு 2-3% வச்சு தான் கொடுப்பாரு. இப்போ நாங்கள் வந்தபோது அந்த டிஸ்கவுண்ட்டெல்லாம் நாங்கள் வந்து எதுவும் அவைல் பண்ணுவோம். டீலர் என்ன பண்ணுவார்னா ஒரு 10,000 டன்னுக்கு போடுறேன்னா அவருக்கு செவரல் டிஸ்கவுண்ட்ஸ் வரும். அதெல்லாம் இது பண்ணி அவரோட பிஸ்னஸ் ப்ராஃபிட்டபுளாக இருக்கணும்னு பண்ணுவார். இப்போ எங்களுக்கு அந்த ஐடியாலாம் இல்லை. வந்ததுன்னா அதில் ஒரு டிஸ்கவுண்ட் வருது, ஒரு 1 lakh மெட்ரிக் டன்க்கு இவ்வளோ டிஸ்கவுண்ட் வருதுன்னா அந்த டிஸ்கவுண்ட் அப்படியே பாஸ் பண்ணிடணும். அதுதான் கவர்மெண்ட்டோட மேண்டேட். இதில் வந்து அந்த ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் சொன்னீங்களா, கவர்மெண்ட் ப்ரொக்யூர்மெண்ட் போகும்போது ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனுக்கு அது என்னென்னா டெண்டர்ஸ் ஃப்ரீ ஆஃப் காஸ்ட்டில் எடுப்பாங்க. அந்த ஏர்னஸ்ட் மணி டெபாசிட் யூஸ்வலாக நம்ம டெண்டர் போகும்போது ஏர்னஸ்ட் மணி டெபாசிட் கட்டி தான் டெண்டர் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணோம். அது எக்ஸாம் பண்ணி கொடுப்பாங்க. ப்ளஸ் இப்போ ஒரே ஒரு அட்வான்டேஜ் என்னென்னா, இப்போ ஒருத்தர் லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி ஒருத்தர் கோட் பண்ண மோஸ்ட்லி இப்போ பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஸ்மால் ஸ்கேல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி தான் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணாங்க. லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் ஒருத்தர் இண்டஸ்ட்ரி கோட் பண்ணியிருக்காரு, நம்ம வந்து ஒரு கோட் பண்ணியிருக்கோன்னா நம்ம 15% வரைக்கும் நம்ம கோட் பண்ணலாம். அந்த இது கொடுப்பாங்க கேப்பு. அப்போ அவர் 100 கோட் பண்ணியிருக்காரு, நம்ம 115 கோட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன்னா கூட they'll call us and ask us whether you can do it for 100 rupees. அவரோட கோட் பண்ண ப்ரைஸ்க்கே நீங்கள் பண்ண முடியுமான்னு கேட்பாங்க. பண்ண முடிஞ்சால் நமக்கு 25% ஆர்டர் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஆஸ் பர் பப்ளிக் ப்ரொக்யூர்மெண்ட் பாலிசின்னு ஒன்று இருக்குது. அதில் 25% MSMEக்கு கொடுக்கணுன்ற ஒரு மேண்டேட் இருக்கனால நம்ம வி ஆர் அலவுட் டு கோட் 15% மோரை கோட் பண்ணால் கூட நம்மளை இன்வைட் பண்ணுவாங்க, ப்ரொவைடட் அவர் கோட் பண்ணவர் வந்து லார்ஜ் ஸ்கேல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியாக இருந்தால். 2 பேரும் ஸ்மாலாக இருந்தால் இது பண்ண மாட்டாங்க. பட் திஸ் அட்வான்டேஜ் இஸ் தேர். இதில் தான் இந்த MSME மார்ட்டில் சொன்னேன் இல்லைங்களா, இந்த பெனிஃபிட்லாம் வரும் மேடம். நீங்கள் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிஜிட்டல் ப்ரெசன்ஸ் 15 உங்கள் ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாமே ஷோகேஸ் பண்ணலாம். இப்போ கீவேர்ட் போட்டுட்டிங்கன்னு வச்சுங்களேன், இதில் இன்னொரு அட்வான்டேஜ்னா டெண்டர் இன்ஃபர்மேஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் ஃபுல்லாக வரும். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நீங்கள் இந்த மைக் மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா மைக் அந்த ரிலேட்டட் ப்ராடக்ட்னு போட்டிங்கன்னா கீவேர்ட் போட்டிங்கன்னா உங்களோட மெயிலுக்கே ஷூட் ஆகும். என்னென்ன டெண்டர்ஸ் அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா என்னென்ன டெண்டர்ஸ் ஃப்ளோட் ஆகுதுன்னு உங்கள் மெயிலுக்கே ஷூட் ஆகும். அதை நம்ம எடுத்து பார்த்துட்டு வெதர் நம்ம இன்ட்ரெஸ்டடாக இருந்தால் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணலாம், இல்லைன்னா ஸ்கிப் பண்ணிடலாம். அதே மாதிரி ட்ரேட் லீட்ஸ். அப்போ அவார்ட் ஆஃப் கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்னென்னா, இதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு பர்டிகுலர் ப்ராடக்ட்டுக்கு யார் அவார்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, டெண்டர் யாருக்கு அவார்ட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, அதோட ப்ரைஸ் என்ன, கடைசியாக இப்போ இதிலெல்லாம் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரயில்வேஸ்லாம் டெண்டர்ஸில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா லாஸ்ட் ப்ரைஸ் என்ன பண்ணியிருக்காங்க, ப்ரீவியஸாக எந்த இவருங்க என்ன ப்ரைஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்கன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அந்த மாதிரி அவார்ட் ஆஃப் கான்ட்ராக்ட் என்ன ப்ரைஸில் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க அப்படின்னு தெரியும். இது மாதிரி ட்ரேட் லீட்ஸ், பை அண்ட் செல், அது யூஸ்வலாக இருக்கிறது தான். அதே மாதிரி எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸ், ஈவெண்ட்ஸ், எங்கெங்கே எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸ் ஈவெண்ட்ஸ் நடக்குதுன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. அதில் நீங்களும் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணலாம். பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு எங்கிட்ட சப்சிடியும் இருக்குது. சில அப்ரூவ்டு எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கும். அதில் வந்து 80 to 90% வரைக்கும் சப்சிடி கிடைக்கும். அந்த பெனிஃபிட் எல்லாமே இருக்கும். குளோபல் டெண்டர் நோட்டிஃபிகேஷனு, ப்ரைஸ் வாட்டர், குயிக் கவர்மெண்ட் ஸ்கீம்ஸ் பற்றி எல்லாமே இருக்கும். ஃப்ரான்ச்சைஸி கூட இப்போ டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூஷன் அந்த எல்லாமே கூட இதில் போட்டிருக்கும். இப்போ அது போக என்னென்னா, இப்போது ஹவு மச் பீப்புள் ஆர் எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டர்ஸ் எத்தனை பேர் இருக்கீங்க, அதாவது ஐடியா இருக்குங்களா? இங்கே யாராவது எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டர்ஸ் இருக்கீங்களா சார்? ஆக்சுவலி இப்போது நீங்கள் இந்த இது டன் அண்ட் பிராட் ஸ்ட்ரீட் கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா சார்? டன்ஸ் நம்பர்லாம் வாங்கியிருக்கீங்களா? வாங்கலையா? வாங்குற மாதிரி இருந்தால் சொல்லுங்கள் சார். இந்த த்ரூ NSIC போனீங்கன்னா வி வில் கெட் அரௌண்ட் 18% சப்சிடி. இப்போ நீங்கள் ஒரு வெண்டர் பேஸ் பார்க்குறீங்க, வேறு ஊர், இப்போது ஃப்ரான்ஸில் இருக்க கிளாஸ் மேனுஃபேக்சரர்ஸ் உங்களோட ப்ராடக்ட் அவங்களுக்கு வேணும்னா அந்த மாதிரி ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் டேட்டாவும் கொடுப்பாங்க. அதுக்கு தே சார்ஜ், பட் த்ரூ NSIC when you go you will get டிஸ்கவுண்ட்டுங்க. விச் ஒன் சார்? டன்ஸ்னால் இப்போது ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் நீங்கள் வேறு ஒருத்தர் நமக்கு இப்போ இம்போர்ட்டர் ஒரு எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டர் நமக்கு ஒரு ஆர்டர் ப்ளேஸ் பண்ணணும்னு வச்சுங்களேன். நம்ம இம்போர்ட்டர் நம்ம வி ஆர் கோயிங் டு எக்ஸ்போர்ட்னு வச்சுங்களேன். ஒருத்தர் நம்ம வேறு கண்ட்ரிலேருந்து ஆர்டர் பேஸ் பண்ணுறோன்னா டன்ஸ் இஸ் அ கிரெடிபிள் நம்பர். டன்ஸ்னால் தே வில் டூ அன் அசஸ்மெண்ட் அண்ட் தே வில் கிவ் அ நம்பருங்க. ஸோ இட் இஸ் கிரெடிபிலிட்டி. இப்போ டன்ஸ் நம்பர் இருந்தால் அவர் கொஞ்சம் தைரியமாக ஆர்டர் ப்ளேஸ் பண்ணுவாருன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். அவ்வளோதான். இட் இஸ் கிரெடிபிலிட்டி ரிப்போர்ட் ஆஃப் யோர்ஸ் ஃபார் தி எக்ஸ்போர்ட்டர்ஸ். அதே மாதிரி வி ஹாவ் அ டைப் வித் ஜோஹோ ஆல்சோ. இப்போ ஜோஹோவில் நீங்கள் நிறையா சாஃப்ட்வேர் இருக்குது. சேல்ஸ் சாஃப்ட்வேர், CRM சாஃப்ட்வேர், அக்கௌண்டிங் சாஃப்ட்வேர், அதெல்லாம் நீங்கள் வாங்கினீங்கன்னா அரௌண்ட் 20% டிஸ்கவுண்ட் இஃப் யூ கோ த்ரூ NSIC. பாரதி ஏர்டெல் வி ஹவ் டிஸ்கண்டினியூட் the presentation. பையர் செல்லர் மீட்ஸ் நான் சொன்ன மாதிரி எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸில் வி ஆர்கனைஸ் எக்ஸிபிஷன்ஸ். அங்கே பையர் செல்லர் மீட்ஸ் இருந்தால் வி கிவ் சப்சிடி 80% ஃபார் மைக்ரோ, 85 ஃபார் விமன் என்டர்பிரனர். அது மாதிரி கிளாஸிஃபிகேஷன்ஸ் இருக்குது. அதில் நீங்கள் பார்ட்டிசிபேட் இன் எக்ஸிபிஷன் அண்ட் யூ கேன் கெட் தி பெனிஃபிட். அதே மாதிரி இப்போது நீங்கள் சொன்ன மாதிரி சின்ஸ் வி ஆர் மோர் இன்டு கவர்மெண்ட் பிஸ்னஸ், இப்போது நிறைய கவர்மெண்ட்டில் சொன்ன இல்லைங்களா, ப்ரொக்யூர்மெண்ட் நிறையா கவர்மெண்ட் சைடில் இருக்கும். அவங்கள வந்து இன்வைட் பண்ணுவோம் ஒரு காமன் பிளாட்ஃபார்மில். இப்போது ICF, IOCL அந்த மாதிரி நிறைய பிளேயர்ஸு, NLC அவங்களெல்லாம் இன்வைட் பண்ணி we also invite MSCs, எங்ககிட்ட ரெஜிஸ்டர்ட் MSCs எல்லாம் இன்வைட் பண்ணி இட் இஸ் அ காமன் பிளாட்ஃபார்ம். they will tell what is their requirement. இப்போ இவங்களோட ரிக்வயர்மெண்ட்டும் சொல்லி ப்ரைஸ் மேட்ச் பண்ணி தே கேட்சப் அண்டு டெண்டர் எப்படி பார்ட்டிசிபேட் பண்ணுறது, அவங்களோட வெப்சைட்டில் எப்படி ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் பண்ணுறது எல்லாமே அவங்க சொல்லிக் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஒரு காமன் ஃபோரமாக இருக்கும். அதுக்கப்புறம் தே டேக்கன் அப். அதாவது கவர்மெண்ட் பிஸ்னஸில் இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்கவங்க, அதில் போகிறவங்க கண்டிப்பாக அது சப்போர்ட்டிவாக இருக்கும். கிரெடிட் சப்போர்ட் ஆஸ் ஐ டோல்ட் ஆர்எம்ஏ ரா மெட்டீரியலுக்கு ஒரு பேங்க் கேரண்டி வாங்கிட்டு ரா மெட்டீரியல் சப்ளை பண்ணுறோம். ப்ளஸ் டைஅப் அரேஞ்ச்மெண்ட் 32 பேங்க்ஸ் இருக்குது. இப்போ ஆஸ் ஆஃப் நோ 20 பப்ளிக் செக்டர் அண்ட் ப்ரைவேட் செக்டர் பேங்க்ஸ் டைஅப் இருக்குது. அது மூலயமா லோன் ஃபெசிலிட்டேட் பண்ணி கொடுக்குறோம். இது வந்து அந்த டெக்னாலஜி சென்டர் ரிலேட்டட் திங். இப்போ ட்ரைனிங் கொடுக்குறோம், லேப்ஸ் இருக்குது, அவங்க காமன் இது டெஸ்டிங் சென்டர்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்குது. அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா நிறையா இருக்குது. இது வந்து ஓக்லாவில் ரொபாட்டிக்ஸ் அந்த இது இருக்குது. அது ஃபிட்டர் ட்ரைனிங்கு, இது வந்து பஞ்சாப் இந்த மாதிரி இருக்குது. இங்கே வந்து ஈக்காடுத்தாங்கல பெரிய ஃபெசிலிட்டி இருக்குது சார். இந்த இதில் அந்தந்த ஏரியாவில் ஸ்பெஷலைஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க. நீம்காவில் வந்து பிஎல்சி, அது ஹைதராபாத்தில் ஏர் கண்டிஷனிங். அதே மாதிரி இந்த இன்குபேஷனில் ஸ்டார்ட் அப் யூனிட்ஸ்க்கு சப்போர்ட் பண்ணுறோம். அவங்களுக்கு பேங்க் லோன் வாங்கி கொடுக்குறது அல்லது அவங்களோட ஒரு பேசிக் ட்ரைனிங் ஹவு டு ரன் அ பிஸ்னஸ். இந்த மாடலில் நிறைய பேர் நம்ம மாடலில் வந்து நிறைய கண்ட்ரீஸில், ஆஃப்ரிக்கன் கண்ட்ரீஸில், அட்வான்ஸ் கண்ட்ரீஸில் ஒரு ஆஃப்ரிக்கன் கண்ட்ரீஸ் வந்து இது ரெப்ளிகேட் பண்ணுறாங்க. அந்த நிறைய பேர் வந்து பார்க்குறாங்க. இது வந்து ஈஜிப்டில் நாங்கள் செட்டப் பண்ண இன்குபேஷன் சென்டரு, செனகலில் அங்கே செட்டப் பண்ணது, ஈஜிப்டில். இந்த நேஷ்னல் எஸ்சிஎஸ்டி ஹப்புன்னு ஒன்று இருக்குங்க. அதில் வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா இந்த ஸ்கீம்ஸ்க்கு எல்லாமே இப்போ இந்த ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷனாக இருக்கட்டும், ப்ளஸ் இப்போ நாங்கள் சொல்கிற அந்த எம்எஸ்எம்இ மார்ட்டாக இருக்கட்டும், அதில் நிறைய பெனிஃபிட் இருக்கும். அதில் நிறைய ஸ்கீம்ஸ் இருக்குது. அதில் வந்து அவங்க யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இப்போ அவங்க வந்து ஒரு புதுசாக எக்ஸ்போர்ட் இருக்காங்கன்னா அந்த எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ரொமோஷன் கவுன்சிலாம் ரெஜிஸ்டர் பண்ணுறதுக்கு சப்சிடி கொடுக்குறோம். ஒரு டெண்டரே எடுத்துட்டாங்க, அப்போ அவங்க வந்து பேங்க் கேரண்டி கொடுக்கணும் டெண்டர் எக்ஸிக்யூட் பண்ணும்போது. அந்த டெண்டர் பேங்க் கேரண்டி எடுக்கிறதுக்கு நாங்கள் சப்சிடி கொடுக்குறோம். எஸ்சிஎஸ்டி ஹப்புன்னு ஒரு லாஸ்ட்டு 5 years ரன் ஆச்சு. இப்போ 28-29 வரைக்கும் அந்த ஸ்கீம் அவைலபிளாக இருக்குது. யூ கேன் யூட்டிலைஸ். அதுக்கு தனியாக ஆஃபீஸே இருக்குது. எம்எஸ்எம்இ எஸ்சிஎஸ்டி ஹப்புன்னு வந்து நம்ம எம்எஸ்எம்இ கிண்டி ஆஃபீஸ்குள்ளாரே இருக்குது தனியாக. எங்களோட விங்கு தான். வேறு எதுவும் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் வேணால் கேளுங்க, நான் ஷார்ட்டாக முடிச்சிட்டேன். நிறைய ஸ்கீம் இருக்குது. நம்ம எங்கள் வெப்சைட் போனீங்கனால வெப்சைட்டில் நிறையா இருக்கும். ஏதாவது டவுட் இருந்தால் நீங்கள் ஈக்காடுத்தாங்கல் ஆஃபீஸ்க்கு வரலாம். ஈக்காடுத்தாங்கல் அந்த மெட்ரோக்கு பக்கத்துலேயே கொஞ்சம் தள்ளி வந்தீங்கன்னா ஆஃபீஸ் இருக்குது. சாட்டர்டே இருப்போம் மேடம், ஆஃப் டே இருப்போம் மேடம். மொபைல் நம்பர் 9943032339 மேம். 9943032339 சார். கார்த்திகேயன் பேர். சார் 32339 சார். கார்த்திகேயன். சாட்டர்டே ஆக்சுவலாக லீவு மேடம், நாங்கள் வருவோம் அதனால சொல்கிறேன். சாட்டர்டே வரணுன்னா நீங்கள் முன்னாடியே கூப்பிட்டு வந்துடுங்க. சாட்டர்டே லீவு தான், பட் இருப்போம். இல்லை வரலாம் சார். யூ கேன் வாக் இன் எனி டைம். தேங்க்யூ சார். தேங்க்ஸ் ஃபார் தி ஆப்பர்ச்சுனிட்டி. நான் முன்னாடி பேசும்போதே தேங்க்ஸ் சொல்ல. தேங்க்ஸ் அ லாட் ஃபார் இன்வைட்டிங் அஸ் ஃபார் திஸ் ப்ரோக்ராம். தேங்க்யூ.
Thank you so much, sir. As we come close to the celebration of International MSME Day, I request CA Rekha Umashiv ma'am to give the closing remarks.
Thank you, Karthikeyan sir, for your presentation, and I think it was a great session, though I missed a bit of it, on creating awareness about the support and the credit schemes that is available to all the MSMEs and startups. I think there will be a lot of queries coming from the people who are gathered here also. I think if you want, you can once again reiterate your number, so that will be better. And on behalf of SIRC, I thank each and everyone who made it a point to be here today and support us. I hope all the sessions with all our speakers were equally engaging and beneficial to each and every one. Thank you once again on behalf of SIRC for making this MSME Day a very successful one, and more MSME clinics. I think Sankita madam, you can also elaborate on that. As per the needs of the people who are here, I think we'll be very, very happy to initiate and collaborate with you. So on this note, thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. I request Sangeeta ma'am to just give her.
Yeah. Good evening, everybody. Thank you very much for spending your time here. I hope we were able to meet your expectations of hospitality that we have been able to do throughout the day. And the facilities within our limited facility that we had here, we were able to facilitate for the help desks and the stalls or the interaction desks that we were able to keep. We request that each of you can anytime walk into SIRC for any type of help that you would require, be it consultancy, advisory, or your scheme related queries. So we are going to be continuously tied up with StartupTN because we are going to enter into an MOU which was actually due today, but it is going to happen next week. So anytime you can walk into SIRC, we will connect you to the respective experts or people so that you will be able to resolve and have a query that can be addressed to. Okay, welcome. And so SIRC Southern India Regional Council இந்த இடத்துல இருக்குது அப்படிங்கிறது உங்களுக்கெல்லாம் இன்றைக்கி தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஸோ நீங்கள் எல்லோரும் எந்த டைம் வேணுனாலும் எங்களோட ஹெல்ப் டெஸ்கில் வந்து என் பேர் சங்கீதா ஜெகநாதன், டெப்டி செக்ரட்டரி. ஸோ அது தவிர எங்களுக்கு வந்து சேர்பர்சன் இவங்கெல்லாம் இருக்காங்க. ஸோ எங்களோட வெப்சைட் வந்து SIRC-ICAI.org அப்படின்றது வெப்சைட்டோட அட்ரெஸ்ஸு, SIRC-ICAI.org அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அதில் கூட நீங்கள் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எங்களோட காண்டாக்ட் டீட்டெயில்ஸ் எல்லாம் இருக்கும். SIRC வெப்பேஜ்க்கு ஓப்பன் காண்டாக்ட் அஸ். ஸோ அது நீங்கள் ஓப்பன் பண்ணிங்கன்னா கூட யூ கேன் கால் அஸ் ஸோ தட் நாங்கள் வந்து எந்த பர்டிகுலர் டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஆர் எங்களோட எக்ஸ்பர்ட் சார்ட்டர்ட் அக்கௌண்டன்ஸ் யார் இருக்காங்களோ அவங்களோட கனெக்ட் பண்ணி வி வில் ஹெல்ப் யூ. Thank you very much for your patience and cooperating with us so that we have made this MSME Mahotsav Day a success. Thank you. I request everybody for a national anthem. Stand up for the national anthem. Contact us, sir. Contact us. Jana Mana Adhinayaka Jai Bharat Bhagya Vidhata पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे